Every time I touch mic. Every time I touch mic.
Explode the sunlight here, gentlemen. You explode the universe.
Every time I touch mic. Every time I touch mic.
Explode the sunlight here, gentlemen. You explode the universe.
All right, afternoon, folks. The AML is back one more time, and it's the last time this season. It's the finals, and I am here with Z-Boy Wonder. What a miracle that this is happening right in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, over here thinking, just, there's a song playing in my head, Black P. It goes a little something like this. Reunited and it feels so good. We're back, baby. You know what that means? We got banger game after banger game. There might be a little break. There'll probably be some banger games in there too. But then the bangers are really going to show up for the finals. They always do. They never let us down. It's a Z-Boy and Black P thing. What can I say? We got that swag. If I am so hip to say.
The mojo to bring it banger after banger. But we have the finals here with the top 8 players from the league, which are Kangster, Noka, Kijek, Nada, DSG, Allsticks, 4 stars, and Soak, and then the other 4 who made it from playoffs week 1 now. My first question right off the bat to you is going to be, do you think it matters in terms of mental, whether you made it and how it matters, whether you made it from the bye or whether you made it from playoffs week 1?
I think that, obviously you get that mental break, right, with the buys. Okay, you're taking a little time off. You get a little rest for the mental. Maybe you get to watch some. Maybe you go touch some grass. But for me personally, I always like to just get the wind in my sail and keep that stuff blowing. We go from taking that break. Sometimes it gets the mind off the game, gets the prize out of sight, right? But that doesn't happen when you're constantly playing, constantly bringing your best foot forward. And that's what I got to say. I think that if you made it through the LCQ, you kind of feel good. You feel like you got a little extra, little extra with you. But yeah, I don't see anything wrong in terms of getting the bye, but I personally I like to keep it going. I don't like time off.
Could be makes sense. Yeah. I think it depends on how you spend that time off, but it can be rough suddenly. Now, talking about the meta and what we've been seeing, we were both casting the ACL to yesterday, which, by the way, was pretty nuts. You should check that out, the VODs, if you want, and if you can, because that was just banger after banger, truly. But we saw lots of rerolls by some players, lots of full course plays by others, so the meta is pretty open, definitely. But we saw some very different things, like from our champion, Stacey Girls, for example. So the meta is very diverse, and there is space for some out-of-the-box thinking, even at this highest level of play.
Agreed. The biggest thing that there are to take away, I think, in the current meta right now is there's a lot of 2-cost reroll lines that you can take with using the Superfans budget frontline. Kennen, Lilia, Nico, and it gives you a free item, which is just so good in TFT. For those that are new here that don't know a whole lot, getting items, item economy is kind of the name of the game in setting yourself up for a first place or even that top 4 where you really want to be when you're in tournament play. Items make your units better. They make you do more damage. They make you attack faster. They make your front line stronger and live longer.
Agree. And talking about the early game, we are on to our first game of today. Champion delivery is our portal, which means that twice per stage, a high cost champion comes in randomly to your bench, and it increases as long as the game goes on. So we're later at the game getting some random legendaries into it. So all these extra units might be just random extra 3, 4, 5 gold for you, or maybe you can just look into exactly the units that you want to be re-rolling, for example.
Right. And I mean, like you said, getting those free 5 costs down the stretch really can make a huge difference for all of these players, allowing them to cap out, get to those high points of their board, allowing them to be stronger than their competition. More importantly here, we are seeing that Olaf Chosen get picked up here by Kangster. It is such a good unit right now in the meta. If you can get a 2-star Olaf through stage 2, you're looking at a really, really solid start.
Solid start for Kangster, who, by the way, was our top 1 player throughout the season. Made it, not only got the playoffs bye, but made it by being the best pointed player overall, so that is a statement by itself. Now we go into the first augment 2-1. It is a gold one for every single player in the lobby, and we take vampirism right off the bat. Didn't even think too much about it.
Yeah, you don't got to think about it. That augment's basically prismatic. It's been putting up crazy stats from the very beginning of the set's conception. I love it. I mean, I was literally waiting for a moment like this black piece so I could run it back with you from just a few sets ago, saying, man, the silver augment's more like a gold with its stats. Well, let's talk about how good Vampirism 2 is. Not only does it allow you to gain that extra Omnivamp, allowing your units to stay alive longer, but it also gives them a little bit of extra HP. Just, it does so much. And at a gold level, you're getting tons, right? Like, it's not just one good thing, it's multiple good things, and it allows you to loss streak or win streak and still get rewarded later on.
It truly gives you tons of stats. Now checking out Mac the second, taking that support cash, getting a Ziggs Herald for themselves with a disco start. Now obviously that doesn't really combo really well with the positioning and all. You can't get all your units proccing the disco ball effect, but at the same time that's a whole lot of attack speed to all your units, and that Nami suddenly uses that extremely well, as you can see right off in this fight.
That Nami's attacking so quick, and so is this Gragas as well, actually getting that extra attack speed from the disco ball. You really love to see it. Had those Guardian shields coming down to help prolong that time just for those attack speed characters to just keep ramping up. And here we are finding a Dazzler as well. This is a great start for Mac second. We haven't seen disco as prominent this meta, this patch, as it was a few patches ago when TF was just the elite, the LeBron James, you might say, of the meta, by being on everybody's radar where you wanted to be at, and TF was just slaying. Let's see if we get to see a little bit more of that today. I know we got to see some of that yesterday in the AML.
Dan now on the other side of the screen, our fellow caster, going on with the spoils of war in the very early hackering, but no items left. So the rough thing here is, even though it supposedly is a very good start, there isn't much power going on, and because of that, very much harder to pull off any spoils. So for now, not gonna have that much use to the augments, unfortunately. Hopefully it compensates down the line when he finally does achieve that extra power up to his board.
One of the luckiest things that we saw for Dan there, as we're talking about spoils of war, did kill a unit and did drop a gold. So hopefully that will help out the econ down the stretch, but that is a little rough to see. Not really the items you want when you're playing country there. And we're taking a look at Soak, and we see that they are going with this punk line that's been very favored since the buff 2 patches ago.
Punk line is so much better. We saw plenty of 4 punk setups working very well, doing even getting even top ones in ACL and the AML as well. Now as we see 2 players with the buried treasures augments, really good extra components, giving them a little bit of extra flexibility when it comes to building their items. Headliner Jinx on this side, Headliner Corki on the opposite side, both great units, but ESG ends up with the advantage. So 2 players only with 100 HP, and now we go on to our very first carousel.
And here, if you're punk, you really do want to find, I don't believe I saw Last Whisper there on the Jinx, and it's not, it is an IE and a Hurricane, but yeah, you really need that shred to really make this comp go. But there is a Pantheon with, oh, it likes to go with the belt. Probably going to make an even shroud. I might have went for that Pantheon with the bow there. Go into the Last Whisper, get some extra attack speed onto that Jinx, and it also sets you up for 4 punk already. That was a little interesting to see them elect to go just for the belt there. I think they had a shot at that bow.
Interesting choice. Now, both Even Shroud and Last Whisper pretty decent, but I do like the Even Shroud Slam just a little bit more, because then it's pretty much like giving your carry 4 items. Now, of course, if your frontline dies, the Even Shroud effect is gone, but while it lasts, your carry has that shred and gets to take advantage of another item on themselves, especially for that Jinx, especially for lower cost units who do need that little bit extra power. I feel that is really good. And now we are checking out Darkblade's board, playing this Katarina, who, if you watched me throughout ACL, you know I am just not a fan of this unit. I loved it for so long. I played it for so long, but nowadays it just feels so hard to make it into something else. I will expect it to just be a transition headliner for now.
Yeah, with it being the country headliner trait and not the crowd diver country trait, headliner trait, we can definitely go into the assumption that it's not going to be the mainstay here. 4 country is obviously a little awkward. Having 5 gives you that extra strength to your dread steed, and country as a whole actually has kind of fallen off a little bit more this patch, averaging about a 4.87 if I'm not mistaken when you're not on a spatula, giving you that legendary 7 country dread steed that's just so powerful, so tanky, and offers you just so much support to the rest of your team.
Oh yeah, that big dead street from hell. It is amazing now watching DSG here trying to keep the win streak going with that massive super fan combo with the Corki. So 4 items on the even Shroud Slam as we were talking about before. And we get what we want. It's the 100 HP players facing off. So Nada with the spoils, DSG with the extra items. Who can get their win here? But that Urgot does not have the best items. This Corki is amazingly built. There is a very early Poppy on the board for Nada, but it's not going to be enough. So DSG is the player who keeps themselves at Mr. 100 going into the Krugs.
I think the biggest thing for this fight is Corki's positioning was really good there. If the Moshers, the Poppy and the Urgot were on the other side of the board there's a better chance that the Corki missiles are only hitting some of the frontline units that aren't really gaining that extra Omnivamp from the Mosher trait. But that was just too much for that Poppy to handle. She was getting critted. She was getting turned off of her Omnivamp with that burn built into Corki. So good, so strong. And now looking at Dan's board here, still has quite a few options. Might elect to go into this Katarina reroll. As we look at the bench, we see they have multiple Superfan units as well as they are up to 4 Katarinas at this point. Wow, Dan is just getting everything they might need here.
Really, so many extra items can then elect to just roll and find that headliner Katarina. As I was mentioning, I'm not that much of a fan of the unit anymore because it tends to not work out, especially in these highly competitive lobbies nowadays. But if you do have such a very good setup like Dan has here, and then you go for it and you hit it early, and then you can still have the enough of economy to push for the level 8, level 9, and finds those extra units like the Kiana, for example, to get access into 6 crowd divers, then yeah, it's a build that can work really well.
Agreed. I for one here in this current situation, I'm slamming JG as it allows you to flex through all of the 2-cost reroll comps with the superfans. There's no reason to be allowing these items to just sit on your bench, especially after he won a round. Let's continue to try to get this win streak going. But Dan knows what he's doing here. He does have another pretty solid item in the form of Sojin. Could have slammed a Hodge as well, but elects to just kind of sit on this current board state to see what they're gonna want to transition to potentially on their next headliner. Did pick up that Tom Kench as we saw, that did get Bruiser in, but yeah, I'm just a little baffled over here to not see a JG slam yet, as it's just the premier item in the 2-cost reroll comps,
especially with the Ionic Spark Slam at the front as well, knowing that you are going onto AP centric line would make sense. But now we go 3-2 onto the second augment of the first game. It's going to be a silver 1, and Tiny Titans would be really good for someone at the lower part of the table here. But then again, getting a combat centric augment could be very far for us all, and we do get the keepers, and now we're rolling.
And moves right into level 6 here and is rolling it down. Does see that there's a Bard chosen, but does not elect to want to pick it up as it was not the Jazz trait. And still not finding this Katarina quite yet, but does have enough to put in Superfans if they so choose so, and they do. But still just looking to see where they want to go directionally. Or potentially this Katarina does get up to 5 now, but that's a Seraphine and just rolls right past it.
Yeah, rolls past it. Interesting. So we still don't know exactly what we are looking for. Meanwhile, look at this. Soak's boards there up as the opponents right now in this fight. really big with a headliner of Philios and a fully built Vi. So completely focused on an AD line, but still playing very flexible, using that hot steel to try to push the economy and try to make it to higher levels. What are we thinking about playing when we have an IE and a Runan's Hurricane slammed? It certainly is not a typical Ezreal build, for example, if you're thinking an AD line.
It could be as real as you were saying. That's obviously an option. Even Zed holds a Hurricane not too poorly. You could even move that item into a Caitlyn. It's really just really solid flexibility between all of the AD backliners. IE is probably at its worst though on Caitlyn or Lucian, but I mean, it's still giving you that extra scaling AD that you want, gives you some extra crits. So you don't hate it, it's just not a best in slot. And it's more of like a tempo play where you're trying to just save, preserve HP, get yourself into a position to be able to at least manage a top 4 or a top 5. And that's the name of the game in these tournaments, right? You don't want to be someone taking 8th. That's only 1 point for your placements. You really do want to be trying to lock yourself in to those higher ranks, those higher placements to allow yourself just a little bit more room to breathe as the day goes on.
Consistency can definitely be the name of the game. You can, even depending on the situation, guarantee yourself a top 1 in the whole tournament without necessarily having to be a top 1 in a single game if you do score overall high points enough. Now, we see Nada was keeping a decent win streak, but finally gets it taken away, playing that headline enough for now. Unfortunately, doesn't look like it's going to be an RE roll. We did see one yesterday, though. So now 2 players only keeping a win streak going. It's Gangster and Darkblade, both at the very top. DSG, of course, is above them, but because they took Titan, so got that extra bit of HP for themselves.
We also saw that Darkblade was young, wild, and free and elected to run straight on this carousel that does only has some 4-cost units on it. Goes straight for that glove, picks up the Amumu, still on that win streak. Young, wild, and free is just so good in this spot. You're getting the exact items you want. You're getting the exact units that you want, especially when there's nobody else that has that augment. It allows you to run on carousel. You don't have the constraints of having to wait for your turn. And that is just bonkers when you're win streaking. It allows you to just keep scaling into the game, staying ahead of the competition, and not allowing them to catch back up to you.
Look at the size of this Nico in front of Mac II's board. Gigantic with that extra warmore coming in from the super fans. Then the Staff for Host and the Gargoyles mean it's going to be extremely tanky. Nico 3 is a amazing front line if we can get there. Now the thing is, what else are we playing here? Is this going to be a Seraphine reroll? And if it is, does it hold the same power if Seraphine is not your headliner?
You definitely need to go for the headliner, I think, because getting that extra cast is what makes the Seraphine reroll comp just so strong. I think you fall off into the late game, but it's probably good enough to get you into that top 4 range, that top 3 range, if the lobby is also kind of in that low roll scenario. But yeah, I don't know if you can just stay on the Nico Chosen, as it just does not offer enough for you, even at it being a KDA. I mean, 7 KDA is strong, but Nico's not doing enough damage, and that's the name of the game in this set, at least, is being able to deal with those front lines. A lot of front to back options here, a little bit of those diveable champions like a Kali, but you just don't get too much backline access. So having your primary damage or your primary headliner being stuck on a tank that's not a 4-cost is a little awkward in my opinion.
Agree, and I will say we did not see great results by Seraphine reroll comps yesterday, so maybe just not the best comp to go in competitive right now. Now, we look at PH10, did go onto the Karina after all, only one off at Karina 3, but ends up getting quite a weird KDA pattern, I will say. The position will be really weird for him. Of course, the way he centered his units, they will lose about 2 seconds of the fight moving to the front. So that might not be that awful, but it's pretty awful with the keepers because there's just no way to make a clumped up positioning. Yeah, I just better NG. It happens, but I'm just not happy seeing it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely some of the worst KDA positioning that you can possibly get when you get those squares, those hexagons coming out for you, octagons, whatever the shape actually is. My brain doesn't want to actually think about it. Yeah, it is a hexagon. More importantly, though, this is the worst positioning that you can get for those spaces when you're playing this comp, as it makes you kind of stick your crowd divers that you want to have a little closer to the front in the back line to allow them to do the extra damage they need, at least here in the early game. Then you can start sacrificing them a little later on to be thrown at other enemy backlines. And here we are seeing another tier come down, and that's not the worst, but it's definitely not the best. And boom, finds that Nico too, and Dan is in a good spot if they can find this. Katarina 3 does show up. I was saying 2 to 3 rolls, and now we're on to level 7. We can get in an extra superfan, adding a little more omnivamp, adding a little more HP to this Katarina, and now Dan might be off to the races here. Dan has now positioned themselves onto a win streak at the very least for a couple rounds.
Now, of course, still far away from getting that level 8 and that Kiana, but for now might be stabilized enough for stage 4-1. Now we move here, checking out Darkblade's board, playing around this Riven, extremely strong unit, especially with that Trinity Force added onto her. And look at Mac the Second playing the Seraphine carry, at least for now, with a twist on its no Morellos and Asher Stood for extra cast, for that extra beat of attack speed. And by the looks of it, for now, it might have a chance of killing that Riven. It's very close though, but yes, it is going to get the win. Now we are moving on to 4-2 and the last augment of the first game, gold, silver, and then a gold to finish things off. So let's see what players take. Sparring Epitaph has been a staple all throughout the season, both competitively and on ranked ladder, and once again it's taken here.
It's averaging a 4.25. That augment's absolutely cracked, and it's so good in this comp, but we elect to just say goodbye to the Riven. She wasn't an 8-bit. We don't want that. And now here we are picking up a Kali, slamming on those items. So now we are moving into this potential Jazz Warriors comp, if I had to guess, and just kind of going to be using things until we get there. This is very interesting from Darkblade. I was not expecting that transition, but here we are, we're moving in to this Karthus board, and now we want to pick up maybe a 4th Executioner as well, Pentakill going in. This was a pretty spicy pivot, and something that I was not expecting Black P in the slightest.
Definitely me too, but it's amazing to see this Akali come into play. When you get an Akali headliner like this, and you do have that a specific itemization, pretty good. The Titans, not the best, but depending on the scenario, if she does get hit enough and is able to proc all the stacks on it, then it can become extremely good, and you can see the power of it, getting a easy win against this Ezreal board from DSJ.
Interestingly enough, a lot of people are probably wondering, why would you slam red buff on to the Karthus instead of the Akali? But when you're missing tiers and you don't have that mana gen item that you need in the shape of an adaptive helm or a Sojin, red buff's attack speed actually grants you enough to really get that Karthus going, charging up, and hitting the entire board, or most of it for that matter, with the ultimate does apply that burn to everything that's touched. Also, getting that mana gen means that we get more casts. So more casts from Karthus means more damage across the entirety of the backline, which makes that comp so strong.
Talk about this strong comp. Look at that Katarina 3 by Peach Stan. This Alexis Lamb, a Archangels on, is not the most typical item, but will provide a lot of extra AP to that Katarina, especially as the fight goes on, and the inbuilt anti-healing on her kit is enough to destroy the enemy board, impedes that Yone from getting that extra healing, and gets an easy win. On fire now at 57 HP, building back the economy so he can get to that potential level 8 and try to find a Kiana. Talk about a Kiana, there is one on the carousel.
Yep, Kiana is on the carousel, but I don't think Dan's going to have access to her, unfortunately, due to the fact that he is in that second stage of picking up units. Was hoping that it was going to make it all the way back to him, but it does not, and it does get cut off by Soak. Not going to let him get to that easy 6 crowd diver that was so close. It was right in the grass, right in the reach, and when Darkblade didn't grab it, I feel like Dan was over there pumping his fist. Yes, I have a shot. This is coming to me. But no, it was on the wrong side of the carousel when it was his time to pick.
Yeah, we all know that moment when we are almost getting the kill and then we don't. Oh, That's Sedge. But yeah,
So
I digress. Talking about bad moments in life, let's not talk about that. Seraphim 3 by Mac the second. That guy did get the girl. So now let's see whether the Seraphim 3 is going to get results here, because we didn't see good Seraphims yesterday, unfortunately. Both of them at top 7s, but now look at being at the very top with a lot of extra HP left might be a way to get there. And now we see the fight between this Kangsta TF2 versus Soak, still at level 7. So by the looks of it, the desert board does have a big advantage here right now.
Kangsters has such a strong augment setup for this comp as well, with the vampirism, with the inspiring epitaph, and that uplink adding a little extra oomph to this board. And as we have seen in ACL, the Lulu is so premier, not electing to pick up that 1 in shaft to eventually maybe get to Lulu 3. I don't hate it, but you know, I also don't love it either. I'm a big fan of that Lulu 3 in the disco comp, and here we are checking in. We have another player on this Karthus Akali pentakill board, and it looks like they are pretty far off from where you want to be when you're playing this comp.
Rough spot for Nada, no access to either a 2-star Akali or Karthus. Ends up with a pair of both, but no 2-star of either. So really would want to hit at least one of those, so maybe they will carry them into stage 5. For now, ends up facing off against Kangsta and the big disco with a headliner TF. There is a rough spot to be in, because the TF is not gonna have a hard time killing that Akali. As you can see, the cards got stacked against her and he gets all the kills easily. Now that Mordecai are really good at tanking the TF, but of course the cards do have access to the backline, so Kangsta gets an easy win. Another ends up on 8 HP, and the one last life for him does make it into stage 5, but it's not looking good at all.
Oh, and does find this Akali pair into a 2-star at least, but sadly, Nada's down to 1 HP. The last thing they wanted to see was to go up against the strongest board in the lobby, and when they got over to Kangster, they were like, oh man, this is not it. I need to kill everything except for this TF. That at least will give me maybe 2 lives, but it was not in the cards for him. The cards were stacked against him, and now they're moving into Raptors here, hopefully trying to find a little bit of extra front line to go along with this chain that's sitting on their bench.
Dealt a bad hand by matchmaking RNG. Unfortunately, now we need to roll down and see if we can find that one last card. We do got a Yorick drop, so that is amazing.
Oh, that was okay. It's coming together. We got a Sojin, we got a Titans. We could use this item remover if we wanted to add that Titans to a Yorick later. This Viego is chilling on our bench. We're in a better spot than we were the last fight. This could surely mean that Nada is not going down an 8th, could live for a 6th or a 5th potentially, as long as the RNG, as we were talking about from the fights, go their way. But this is a stacked board that they get blinked to.
Stacked board here by DSJ with the big Ezreal, but the Karthus Akali pentakill board is so strong right now with this upgrades, especially with the Yorick coming in as well. 3 items to both the carries, and look at the deletion in an AoE. Easy fight against DSG, and now Nada has hope for a big comeback.
Yep, they absolutely do. That's exactly what they needed to find, was to get those pairs brought online to 2-star units. And now here we are with Plop. I see that they do have the Jazz Warriors comp put together. They got this Ezreal 2 fully itemized, almost have a Zed in the same position. Some strong front line with this beautiful Mordekaiser. Look at that, just even Shroud. You get the Sunfire going. So really want him to be, but only one actual true tank item on that Mordekaiser, so it does die fairly quickly. This could be Plop's last fight.
Could be, and it's against Soap with a big Riven 3 position a little bit at the back, so it takes a little bit longer to stack that Titan's result. When it does become quite a menace. Can the Ezreal focus fire there? The Sunfire Cape helps a lot, but the Ezreal is not hitting the Riven. Now finally starts to do. The shields are big, but they are not enough. Good win by Plop. Soap ends up taking a lot of damage, getting down to 6 HP. Plop survives, Nada does as well. So still, nobody's going on to 5-3, and only one remain on fire. Kangster at the very top with 73 health.
And this is really just Nada getting those beautiful that beautiful roll down. That's the story of this lobby right now. Nada looks destined to go 8th, but is now clawing their way back through this lobby. And as we see here, Soak plop both down to that 1 HP range. Soak does find that Caitlyn 2-star though. So this is going to be a very, very interesting last fight before we get into this carousel. Who will reign supreme and stay alive as one of these 1 HP players, and who will be able to potentially knock Kangster off of this win streak?
Soak versus Nada. One of them must go down. Is it going to be the Riven or is it going to be the Pentakills? The Akali already ramping through the back line. The Caitlyn safe for now, but it's finally going to start soaking up damage. The Riven is trying to get access to that Cartus. Finally does, so she can get the Q and the snipes from the Caitlyn. Help out with that. The Akali really tries, but the Riven is going to be too massive to take down, and so the Riven wins. Soak wins, and unfortunately our dream by Nada is over and they take the loss, but still at least it's a 7th place because Plop is the one who takes the 8th.
I don't know if it's me playing this game too much or not, but every time I see that cutscene, the music just starts playing in my head. I just got the KDA song. Pop. Just started going crazy. I tried to close out my game faster. I'm not even playing right now. Those cutscenes are great, but they also trigger me so much. I love them. I hate them. I don't know what to do.
I'll say I play with Hearthstone chibi sets. It is amazing when you are the one applying the cutscene to everybody else, but when you are getting them, yeah, it's kind of, my god, take me out of here.
Yeah, no, exit game, Alt F4, not me.
I just want to die quickly.
Right. And Darkblade here looking pretty strong. Did find that Executioner spat, which was elite. We talked about them needing to maybe get one more on the board, but no. They found a way to fit it in and even find a Viego for the Chosen. This is a 7 pentakill board. This is quite strong, but up against PH Dan, who does have a fully capped -1 crowd diver board, it's still looking really good.
-1, but still looking really good, and the anti-healing from the Karina stops the Viego from using much of that Bloodthirst. The Carter's taking so much AoE as well, so Peach then does get a nice swing here and throws that massive disco ball on Darkblade's face. Now Darkblade down 7 HP, Soak still wins 4 HP, so all 6 players will remain, and Kangster keeps their win streak going once again, beating DSJ at the very end of the round there, so 73 HP still going strong for Kangster.
Oh yeah, and seeing that this Riven doesn't have any kind of CC prevention, and there's only a 1-star Mordekaiser in the center here for Soak, these fights have to be close. I know the last one we saw, they won with just a Riven against Nada, but I just don't know with these matchups coming up, with the boards that we know that they could face. This could be it. This could be all they wrote for Soak, but they're up against Dan. This could be exactly the position they needed as well to get through this fight.
Keep a look at how long that Mordekaiser will be alive, because they even Shroud applying the debuff helps so much with for the Riven to go through the enemies. For now, he is keeping himself alive, and the Riven finally does get on top of the Karina, but now the anti-healing comes into play. Riven gets into a rough spot. The shields don't look like they're gonna be enough, and Katarina throws the applied once more, and that was close, but it was in favor of the Karina. PH then gets the elimination on Soak, who gets a 5th place. Darkblade going eliminated at the same time in the 6th place. Top 4 is determined.
PH Dan just surviving that fight by the skin of his teeth, barely getting just the final cast out of the Katarina that he needed to take down that Riven. She was dashing, she was shielding, and she was ready to attack, but no, the Katarina got that final dagger in, and it was daggers for Soak.
Complete set of daggers in the face of the Riven. Very close fight, but was able to take that win. So PH Dan, one of the players who made it from playoffs week 1 into here, now makes it to the top 4. Amazing performance overall. But talk about an amazing performance. Kangster was not only the top 1 overall in the league throughout the season, now is smashing the lobby in the first round as well.
Yeah, it's actually just insane what Kangster's been able to do here. On a streak, still into 6-1, 73 HP. The next closest being PH Dan at 46. That's a lot of health difference. That's a big booty if you're looking at Kangster's lifestyle. They got so much action still coming their way. They're probably pushing level 10 this game, and I don't know if anyone's stopping them.
True that. DSJ, meanwhile, facing off against Mac II, the Ezreal versus the Seraphine. The clumped up positioning to make use of the Aegis of the Legion might mean a downfall here, because the AoEs from the Seraphine come in hot, yes, and they destroy everything in their path. So DSJ is going to be the full place. So now 3 remain. The Karina reroll from PH10, the Seraphine reroll from Mac II, and by the way, PH10 took Kangster's win streak down.
And took quite a lot of it, but like I said, Kangster was waiting to push to level 10 and does just get there now. There's going to be a lot more to get through than there was before for Dan's board, for Mac's board. That is actually terrifying. I wonder what 2 stars they're sitting on now in the 5 cost range, because that's what really makes your disco comp get to those elite levels, get to those high cap outs. You want a Lowy 2, you want to see that beautiful Ziggs 2 as well, but not right now. Let's talk about how this Crowd Diver board is finally online with 6 Crowd Diver.
Is it going to be enough to take down the Seraphine? It's the fight for the 2nd place right now. The AoEs are coming in, but the Katarina heals up so easily with that Hajj effect. No healing on this side, so the Seraphine has a rough time getting the HP back up, but it's not needed at all. The Crowd Divers were made an easy job of. So Mac II gets the win. Kangster gets a winner versus a Ghost. Still playing around the disco line, but now getting access to so many more legendaries. And
this is just that really, really good understanding of a composition. Look at this positioning that you see here from Kangster Black P. You see that they have these Alawi tentacles up front, getting killed first. Alawi's tucked away to stay alive longer, next to the redemption on that ever so impenetrable Blitzcrank. And once they find this Blitzcrank too, or even if they wanted to get this Yorick in, their board is really, really fully capped. They don't have a Guardian in, but they don't necessarily need it. And what's more important is they do have the right positioning here to be able to ramp up this TF, to get these stacks onto the Rage Blade. And I believe that this fight should go into Kangster's favor.
2 clumps, which help avoiding a little bit of that Seraphine. As you can see, no hits coming in onto the TF so far at all. The cards keep going, but there is a massive blitz on the opposite side, tanking all the cards from the Twisted fight. The AoE comes in, gets the kill on the Seraphine, and with a very close fight, gets the win versus the Blitzcrank. So Kangster is alive and with the same HP remaining.
Max gotta be a little upset on how that fight ended up going. It looked so favorable, it looked so good for him, but those cards just kept ramping up. The Gunblade kept offering the healing that Kangster's board needed to stay alive just a little bit longer through those prolonged fights. And now Kangster has Guardian without even needing to get in that final legendary unit. No Yorick necessary. They have Guardian on to this Echo, and it's off to the races for them in this situation.
Yana 2 hit by PH10, so big upgrades now to this Crowd Diver board, which we will be watching facing off against Kangster's Discos. Still no pivot from Kangster into legendaries, adding some legendaries to the board, but still centric around the TF and the Blitzcrank. The Karina is on the opposite side from the TF, so maybe the daggers will take too long to get there. The Kiana is stuck here on the back, doing absolutely nothing, and that is just too bad, because there will be no CC coming from her or extra items to the Crowd Diver comp. The Karina really trying, but even the lower cost units at the left side of the board are not getting killed by the daggers. That means it's a smash fight from the Discos, and PH then gets bombed down to 14 HP. Mac II still sitting at 13. So PH then looking at a rough situation right now.
Yeah, that was a little awkward not seeing those units be able to get to the front line there. One thing that Dan might want to do is reposition some of these tentacles to figure out exactly how he can get those crowd divers up and into the fight a little bit earlier so that they can go and offer that CC to the back corners of the board. Unfortunately, though, they were just stuck. You got to see the Kiana stuck. So was the Evelyn. So there was no easy CC coming across for Dan's board there. But now we're jumping on with Mac, and this is going to be the fight for second at least. Who's it going to be here, Black P? Is it going to be Mac the second or PH Dan?
Elimination is on the horizon. The Seraphine with the AoEs exploding the crowd divers the last time around. We saw that the Seraphine was just so much stronger, but now maybe not so much. The Blitzcrank, though, so extremely tanky that the crowd divers can't do anything. Can the daggers get the kill? No, they barely, but they don't. PH Dan is gone. It is the third place taking the big Yasuo animation to his face. The crowd divers really tried. The daggers bounced on the Ari and the Seraphine once each, took them down to a very small sliver of HP, but just not enough to get the kills.
Blitzcrank 2 is just such a crazy strong frontliner, and also with the 4 Sentinel in here for Mac getting all those resistances, it's just too much for the crowd diver board to handle, to cut through, to get to those backline units with that front to back style, and the Kiana not being able to get to that Blitzcrank and actually move it out of the way is the main reason why that fight went so poorly for Dan.
Now we get one last 1v1, which is going to be Kangsta on the TF versus Mac the second on the Seraphine. The reroll here, extremely powerful, especially against clumps, which is what Disco is in its essence. But then again, Kangsta is just too big, maybe.
Yeah, the board of Kangstar now getting that Ziggs 2 online as well, has the Hyperpop, might elect to even move away from this Jazz lineup, or potentially just stay with it. Who cares? We got a really strong board here. We got 4 Dazzler in. Let's see if Coach Mac the second, we got 2 Mac players in our leagues. They get my brain twisted up a little bit, can actually take down this disco board. I don't know if they can.
It's not looking that great for now. The Blitzcrank is really trying that at the front. I mean, both Blitzcranks are, but the TF here, with all the cards, is able to do so much damage. Does get the kill on most of the units. Now the Lucian finished the job really well there with the shots, and that means it's GG. Kangston, not only the top 1 in the overall season, getting the playoff bye, but now he's starting off the playoffs with a win. Comes in hot.
Yeah, Kangster knew exactly what they were doing from the start there, came across that disco line, started slamming disco items, and it was all they wrote there. Knew exactly how they wanted to pilot it, the positioning down the stretch as well to beat out the Seraphine, to beat out the crowd diver Katarina was just excellent play. Kangster knows what they're doing, they know what they want to do, and they're here to win this tournament.
There is a reason they are having such strong performances overall. They truly know what they're doing. But now we go on to a very short break, and shortly back for game 2. Well, a short break indeed. We are back already for game 2. We saw a extremely strong performance by Kangster making the top 1. And one thing I would like to point out is that we were seeing that throughout the ACL yesterday. Now we see once again Disco seems to be the most comfortable line for anyone looking to make it to that level 10. It just offers you so much extra to the board, and the TF is so safe in the back as well. So we saw a lot of people, you going Disco into level 10 and then pivoting to legendaries if necessary, which in this case, since the lobby wasn't that strong and a little bit more focused on rerolls, wasn't even necessary for Kingston.
Yeah, did have the Lucian and the Alawi, which isn't like Alawi's the premium one that we always expect to see when we're playing Disco, but you can slot in those Jazz units. Usually you find the Ziggs for the extra shred, but I do believe that there was a Static Shiv, if I'm not mistaken, yes, or a Ionic Spark, one of the two. There was shred already built in, so building that Ziggs 2 I think was an insurance policy in case they did lose. They're like, all right, I'll just put another 5-cost 2-star in. We'll take down that rest of the board. Easy pickings. Kingster knew exactly, like we said at the end of the game, knew exactly what they were doing, exactly what their game plan was in that game once they got the start that they did. I mean, it's a blessing when you get your 4-cost early for your headliner. That always helps. Yeah. It makes it easy to go 10. You're not rolling, spending all your gold. But yeah, I mean, when you get there like that, no complaints. Pretty simple, pretty easy. Black P, you know what we didn't see? We didn't see Riven with any C, like no QSS, and I think that's the best item for Riven 3 at this point, at least in this current meta. There's just so much CC that's being offered. People are playing these Threshes, these Aries, these units that constantly stick your Riven in bad situations. She has a hard time getting out of them.
Definitely, I would have loved to see a lot more QSS. We didn't see a lot of Zex or Poppies being used as frontliners as well. People, pretty much everyone going onto the Blitzcrank or the Sentinels in general, like the Mordekaiser in the frontline. So that was pretty interesting. And now, talk about pretty interesting, accompanying the other 8 players on these finals, we go on to a Wandering Trainers game. Oh boy, this is gonna be a doozy.
It's gonna be spicy, but it's my least favorite portal, if I'm being honest. I do not enjoy the RNG behind the emblems that you get. Some people get just the masterpiece. It's like Van Gogh bless their board, while some others are dealing with like a child's crayon box that has half the colors in there. Some of the crayons are broken. You don't know what you're doing. Your brain's twisted like a pretzel. I'm excited. I'm excited to be casting this one and not playing it.
This combo by aggro is amazing because Disco and Hyper Pop fit so well, and then the true damage is just gonna buff up the Echo, who goes along with the Blitzcrank. So we already know what we're playing there. Now Kid Jack, pretty much the same thing, except with a Spell Weaver instead of the true damage. Also fits kind of well, though. Meh, I don't know. Maybe you go into 5 Spell Weavers somehow with the Gragas, Echo, Lulu, and then one more.
They could add in a Sona for that, or even an Ari. But you could also even elect to just go the reroll Seraphine route from here, the Ari KDA with a Kali route. Like this is a much more flexible situation, I feel, than the aggro board was, with being able to go between that Hyperbob Disco or that Spellweaver Hyperbob setup.
You know, I love the scenarios. Now we're seeing all 6 boards here with Pentakill, Disco, Punk. My god, how do you play from there? Honestly, now going on the 2-1 augment, it is a gold one. So let's see what the choices are going to be here by the play. That overall, I would say I love the Wandering Trainers because it does offer some crazy things. Like, for example, I had a game with Wandering Trainers where I ended up playing Disco Riven. It worked out so finely. I actually got a top 1 of it. So it can give you some crazy lines, but with this one from Mastix, what did you play here, honestly?
I think you just elect to not worry about the Disco, the Pentakill. Obviously, so many Disco players already in the lobby, as we saw with 3 now having that Disco Ball emblem. I'm going Punk. I'm just staying Punk. We already have our Chosen that we need. We got some solid items in the format of a potential Even Shroud, of a Last Whisper, or just could slam an IE if they wanted to, because it's not too bad on a Jinx. We're just going to throw a sword there for now, see how things decide to ramp up here for Punk early is so strong, Black B. And the cool thing about Wandering Trainer that I will say is you get a free early game tank. You just get to place that trainer, that dummy up front, have it get dummified, get melted. You don't care. Those emblems being taken off the board don't make anything change from adding to your traits. This is a very terrifying board, though, that you see from Noka.
Now thinking, depending on how long you can manage to go into the early game, this is one of the things I love about Wandering Trainers is theory crafting, what you can build around. You can have Ignore for 2 Mosher and then 2 Pentakill, and then Yorick would combo with Pantheon with R, give 3 Pentakill. So there's still ways to use those emblems down into the late game.
No, I do agree with you there. That's very, very factual. The other things as well is like when you find that Yorick too down the stretch, it does help you. But Punk's Premier, I mean, getting that extra Punk early where you may not need to run the likes of Twitch or Vi, right, to be able to get to 6 Punk if you can get yourself a spat is so good. 6 Punk is definitely one of the better setups right now in the traits. And look at this, Pentakill, 8-bit, and the Edgelord. That's a beautiful trainer.
That is a beautiful trainer, a full-on Edgelord, tailored kind of trainer. So that is fun, but it looks like maybe we're seeing a reroll Yasuo there. I wouldn't expect it with an even Shroud's Land on it, but we did have 6 Yasuo, so who knows?
The 6 Yasuo is quite a few. Maybe they're just going to hold on to one of those down the stretch to be able to get to 7 Edgelord with the +1 from the trainer. That would be my guess, but you really never know, except for the fact that we have a pretty good idea due to seeing that item being slammed on it. And here we are with one of the best augments in previous patches. Kind of got a little bit fixed now with the nerfs to Executioner. Exposed Weakness is absolutely devastating. It not only shreds everything from attacks, but also from the spells that get casted. This is a great spot. This is a great spot for Full Stool.
Yeah, I would say probably the Edgelord there, not going to be much useful, but the Crowd Diver is okay. Whichever Crowd Diver you slam in the front as a flex unit, it means 2 units that will just jump into the backline and do extra damage to backliners, so not that bad. Probably just 1 emblem down. And yeah, Exposed Weakness still good. Now, of course, that means we are completely set on a route on what we want to play. So gotta see whether we are going to end up being contested on that line or not, because of course Karthus, Akali, premier units and part of the Executioners.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting to see them here just instantly throw away the Punk and the extra Executioner off the bench there. Now that they won this round, I personally would have probably have sold the Tahm Kench pair and the Katarina. Crowd Diver is good, as you said, but more importantly, having that access to the extra gold roll down on those Punk rerolls is so good for the Executioner boards that could come back to bite them potentially as we get into the later stages of the game.
You agree. The extra Punk rerolls, not necessarily that you are going to be using them every round, but if you do want to roll some reason, like for example, you can with 1 roll find 1 extra unit to stabilize yourself and guarantee a win streak to keep going on the economy. Yeah, that could be making a huge difference for them. Now we see Giati's board, Sentinel, Guardian, Dazzler. That is another trainer very primed for a disco line. So well, with the right grab bag, I would not be expecting a disco play, but at the same time, it would be very good for it.
Yeah, we are seeing them go potentially into a Seraphine route or even just a Warrior Ares, which essentially means any 80 4-cost carry. Poppy, Viego, Akali, Zed, and then Ahri as your backliner. That's what I'm guessing here with seeing the Sojin slam, but it's still anyone's game. They do have that grab bag for the extra pumping to a 2-star reroll comp as well. So this is a very, very interesting spot for them. They do probably want to keep losing though, as they already have picked up a 3-loss streak.
With an extra Dazzler and then the Sentinel Guardian to make up for a stronger frontline, a reroll Bard could be really good as well in that spot.
True. True. No, that's an exact thing that I was just thinking. You stole the words right out of my mouth. And here we are now checking in with 416. Does have this Yasuo reroll kind of online in the respects that they have the IE. They could slam a Hodge here if they wanted to. They could slam a potential Even Shroud later. Might want to be holding on to that cloak for that reason. There's also a QSS over there. These wandering trainers really just throw me for a whirl. I can only imagine how the players are feeling.
Yeah, I don't know if I would ever go for wandering trainers in a competitive scenario, especially. But for us casters, for the viewers, it's pretty fun to watch. And as I was saying before, it's fun to theory craft around, think about, trying to extrapolate what can we build right now around it, what can be built in the late game. If sudden legendary ends up popping by my shop at 7, can it fit here and then make my board just so much stronger than it would without the trainer and the certain emblem that I got? So that is fun.
Yeah, it really is. It adds just so many layers to your lines and to the game in general. It's definitely a for fun portal. It's in my opinion, it's not the most competitive as it has such high variance, but it does get really competitive in terms of understanding what is strong in the meta, what you can do with these emblems, what your full caps are, what emblems are less good for you to focus on as you get the units that you need in your shops. This is just really just a no holds bar. And here we are seeing a little bit more of that potential Yasuo reroll situation that I've been talking about. And boom, finds that Zed off of an orb. This could be a great pivot for 4-1.
Definitely, the Zed really early on, even a Zed-centric board with EDMs could be really good as well. But of course, we do have that Edgelord extra there. So let's see what the choices are going to be for 1/6 with 2 tiers. Blue buff could be used on the Zed, but could be used so many more units as well. Now we're taking a look at Mr. Chabo's boards with a primed wandering trainer for a edgelord kind of play, but still far away from that level 7 to be able to roll for those Rivens, Yones, and Viegos.
Yeah, did decide to sell off that chosen Yasuo finally, moving this Even Shroud over to the Kennen, and is now in a position here to probably slam either an or not an IE, but a Bloodthirster, if I was thinking right, and even just slam Vow too, get some extra frontline, keep this win streak alive, but elects to keep these items on the bench right now.
Now keeping the items that's not gonna get that extra bar from it, gonna take a loss versus Faunus. Not gonna be able to keep that 3-win streak turning into a 4-win and finally gets his weaknesses exposed by Faunus aboard, and the big Olaf and the Vex do get this machine. All sticks still on fire there on top, 9-6 HP. So only one player gonna be on fire for now, but 4 players actually above 90 HP. So very healthy lobby for now. And whoa, Z-Boy, we are getting a prismatic.
That is something we love to see as casters, as it adds a little bit more flavor, a little bit more speed, and even more importantly, that much more power. Radiant Relics being picked up here by Mr. Chombo, and we do see some really solid options. Could take a Titan's Vow, could take the Legacy Heart, but nope, takes the Titan's Vow. That's the one that was staring me in the face. I probably would be taking it as well. Just so good, so strong. You already see how good a Titans is in this current meta, but getting an even bigger version, one where you're stacking up to a big final boss style of character, it's just too much for boards to handle.
We know we're still playing around the edgelords there, so getting that Titan's Vow is just a no-brainer. Whether it's on the Viego, whether it's on a 3-star Riven or 3-star Yone, it's just a great item, so it just fits really well. And now we see aggro DH board not only very well suited to play a disco line, but then gets double the funk on the first augment, gets an extra unit to put on the board as well with his prismatic. So that is just a really good augment overall for his play, because that extra unit means a lot more agency over the emblems in order to get more synergies online.
with these synergies that you were talking about early on, it looks like that's exactly where they went. They've got this Echo online with the true damage. They do have 5 Spellweaver in right now with that Annie chosen. Still missing some items that you usually want to see when you're on this line. Needs to find that little bit of anti-heal potentially in a Morello's. Could even go the route of a Nashor's. Has not chose to slam any of those belts yet, and here we are jumping on with Faunus. Footstool here. This board has been pretty strong throughout the fights here. Is on that 3 win streak and at the top of the board with the most HP.
Faunus with a champion, a higher champion duplicator, still of course going to be waiting on around to find the correct unit to use it on, but with double lucky gloves, it's pretty interesting here because with the executioners, they already benefit so much from getting gloves on them for those extra crits. And then if the gloves are always going to be offering perfect items, that means it's really easy for him not only to build the Vex and the Samira, but then to have perfect items on the Carters and the Akali, for example. So gonna have all executioners very well built throughout every single fight.
Also want to take note of the fact that they're already on to 2 Thieves Gloves here at 3, 4 going into the carousel. And if they can get their hands on this 1-cost glove, which is a very likely thing, that's going to get them even closer. But no, it gets cut off, and now Footstool is trying to figure out exactly what item they want off this board. What would you be grabbing if you were in Footstool's situation here, Black B?
Yeah, I think that, well, I mean, I understand the idea to going for 3 gloves, but at the same time, I wouldn't really be wanting to go for 1 cost. It's very fine just finding the third item for the Vex, for example. 2 gloves means you can build 2 executioners. You're probably not playing 6xx anyway, just going for 4. So yeah, I feel fine with 2 gloves, and if a third one ends up happening later into the game, it's fine, but I don't think it's something you should necessarily be chasing after. And now we move on to all sticks board. Choose to go with a double Triforce shop. For now, only one. The second one comes in after the next round, or after this round, I believe. But for now, playing it on the Jinx with 6 punks, but still kind of a weird spot, I would say.
Yeah, no, definitely a very interesting spot. Not electing to roll down here yet to find those final Jinxes when they are still in a very healthy spot, though. I understand the style, what they're trying to do. Does have 6 punk here, though, which is making this board strong enough that you don't even need a Jinx 3 yet. And look, clearing aggro's beautiful 5 Spellweaver, all of these awesome units, all of these awesome traits being activated, doesn't matter. All you need is 6 punk, a Jinx fully itemized, and you're slapping people down thanks to ramping rhythm as well, adding a little extra oomph to your rapid fire units and getting this Jinx to that extra stage of attack speed that you normally would be getting out of a Rage Blade.
The second Triforce goes on to the Twitch. Now elects to be rolling only above 50 for now. No, now finally decides to roll down just a little bit more and see what they can. But if they win here, they can sell the 4 1 cost at the right side and still be above 50. So electing to be very focused on economy, which is interesting. Cold-blooded approach, I would say, but working well for them for now.
Yeah, no, it's anyone's, you know, idea here is typically not what we're seeing with punk players. I know myself, I'm not always so focused on my economy, as you do get a little bit more power out of those rerolls, but it doesn't matter. This board is very, very strong here. Plenty of damage to go around, plenty of and this really is Ostic's lobby. I don't know if they're going to be stopped. They're winning these fights with ease, and they don't even have a Jinx 3.
Yeah, I like to say, oh, boom, now they do. But I like because most players probably would just be rolling like, I'm one off, I'm just going to roll and become stronger. And then you might sacrifice so much of your economy doing it. They didn't. They were cold-blooded. They really thought it through, and they felt like, well, I am strong enough, I can win fights, and it proved true. They did. So that meant they saved up so much economy that now can be used to be leveling up, and that is amazing for them. And now we take a look at Giatti playing the Seraphine, gets a spatula drop out of nowhere. And then interestingly, it is comboed with a route, so can get a KDA spat on.
Yeah, and we already are up to 6 KDA here, but throwing that KDA spat onto the likes of a Thresh, onto the likes of a Blitzcrank later as well, none of those things are bad. Also, this Ahri is just a couple items off from being where she wants to be for being another terror on the board. The thing is, right, this item economy is very, very interesting. Doesn't need to does slam the gunblade. I was just about to state, they don't necessarily need to do that. They have harm assist, but stopping me in my tracks before I could even get the words out of my mouth.
The Seraphine with the JG and the Rabadon. Once again, another atypical Seraphine with no Morelos to her name, but a lot of extra damage facing up against Fornesses, exposed weakness boards. But the weakness now, it's on their side because the Seraphine gets the demolition done with her AoE cast. Giatti now on fire with the Seraphine roll down that came on 3-6 and made them so much more powerful. Now see that Noka is the only fight still going on. Yeah, now it's done. Now 4-2. We go into the last augment of the second game. It's going to be a gold one, so no silvers this time around.
And here we are looking at some pretty solid augments. Heavy hitters isn't really where you want to be at on the 2-cost reroll comps, much better in the punk boards. And long distance pals is also not what you want, so gonna elect to get some more tankiness onto this board. They didn't have any tank items. That crown guard is very, very good. And look at this for 4-1. We dip out from their board for quite a while here, but now we get to see exactly what kind of masterpiece they've been painting for themselves. And this is exactly where you want to be when you have the heart still early, when you are on those lucky gloves. This is a stacked board.
Extremely stacked board, finds the full big shot. Ezreal here with perfect itemization to himself, so that is amazing. Now going to face off against Mr. Chavo, playing the Riven reroll, still a bit far away from it, but making very good use of the wandering trainer there. Of course, also was able to get access to 4 8-bit for that Riven, because got himself a 8-bit special on the Viego as well, so amazing. And because of it, we see the power of it. Even with a 2-star Riven, Mr. Chavo was able to get the win, now only missing a cloak, and then we can finally see a QSS Riven.
Yeah, QSS Riven as well as the Titans Vow, which just makes that Riven even stronger. This board for Mr. Chavo is crazy. It's stacked up. We got 6 8-bit in, and I don't know if you know about what 6 8-bit's been performing as, Black P, but it's a 1.51, my man. A 1.51 is its average placement.
Holy, well, I'll say I have played 8-bit before. I don't know how to play 8-bit then, because my god, if it performs that well, I just don't know what I'm doing. Gotta see whether we are gonna make it to the grand prize, of course, because still far away from that, and we still far away from the Riven tree as well. So that would mean a lot more damage coming in, of course, and a lot easier access to that grand prize. But for now, it's doing its job. That Titans Vow makes the Riven so strong, and because of it, look at the demolition that is able to cause. That Riven looks like it just doesn't take damage at all.
No, it's absolutely terrifying. Not only that, but we also have Remember Your Roots as well. So these 8-bit units are getting even stronger, and so are these edgelord units. This is a masterpiece of a board. This is exactly where you want to be at if you're trying to win out, if you're trying to get that first place to set yourself up for these later games in the day. This is really, really exciting to see. I don't know how many cash outs you've seen from that arcade machine, but it is bonkers. We've gotten to see one in the ACL from Indy Alex, and it made my jaw hit the floor so many times that I am still trying to get my brain puzzled back into pieces.
I have seen that. I haven't seen that many, I will say, but I have seen so many extra champion duplicators. There's so much extra gold, legendaries dropping in as well. So I do know it does have the power to make you insanely strong to an insane degree. And of course, as you pointed out, the average of the comp, there is a reason behind it. Now we're seeing aggro DH board playing around this disco line, has not been able to pick up a headliner so far. but very close to the TF2. Could even elect to go the champion duplicate on it if they so desire, but for now it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. So now going to be fighting against 416. No headliner. Vest was the big Ezreal headliner on the opposite side. The Aegis of the Legion buffs up a few pieces of the comp here, especially the TF, of course, but can all of those extra units be enough to save up against the Ezreal? No, they can't. The big one comes in and Ezreal just cleans up.
Aggro getting a little dizzy there at the end of the round, was not able to slot in that Sentinel, and also the Blitzcrank for 6. Disco did end up adding in one too many bruisers and left a Vex on, but that's okay. Aggro still got another chance here, still alive for one more round at least, and we do see that both of the Disco players that we expected to be on Disco are here, but Aggro did have a tough roll down there, didn't find that TF, didn't find that Blitzcrank headliner, and that is just tough. You know, when you get into these situations where you sell off your headliner, you don't find what you're looking for. It's a little bit tilting, a little bit dizzying, but more importantly, Kid Jack has a pretty good binary situation here, but might have one too many items on that Bard.
One too many, definitely. Aggro and Kid Jack, both Disco players, both at the bottom and both facing off against each other now. But the opposite board seems just a bit stronger. There's a TF2 on the opposite side. There is only a Bard carry on this side. Let's see whether the cards are stacked against the Bards, or is the Sax Bar gonna be enough? It doesn't look like the Trumpet can do the job. The TF is just demolishing everybody with the AoE, and the Jazz board is gone for Kid Jack. He is the 8th place. Yeah, I will say we were talking about how Disco can be so powerful, taking you to level 9, even level 10, taking you into legendaries, but when there are so many people contesting each other, then it becomes rough.
Whoa, look at this, Black P. 8 Sentinels. This is crazy. That is so many stats being shared across 100 plus to your entire board for both MR and for armor. But more importantly, that's 200 for all of your Sentinels. This is absolutely bonkers for Noka.
How do you go through that much defense on defensive power?
You don't.
On an enemy board. Maybe exposed weaknesses. The exposed weakness board can, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know, man. That's a lot of stats. As you saw, production was able to show y'all. Look at the stats. I mean, this Ari has 100. This Akali has 150 on both of those. These are literal tank units. It's like you got printed items. This is lucky gloves across your entire board for tank items plus their items. You have plus 9 items. This is a crazy composition. This is a crazy spot to be for Noka. I'm flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted, truly. All sticks just hit Pantheon 3. Mr. Chavo is still not on the Riven 3. Now we see Giatti with the Seraphine facing up against Noka's board. And now we see the power of that defensiveness on the Sentinels. Look at that. The AoEs from the Seraphine are popping in non-stop. And the HP bars just don't go down. That Echo is unkillable. That Blitzcrank is unkillable. The others might take a little bit of a damage, but it doesn't matter because it's a massive 7-unit win against the Seraphine. Well, now she was able to get a few more kills, but still, nonetheless, a 4-unit win. Easy job for Noka. That Sentinel board is just unkillable, truly.
Did you see that Cassante 1 lived until the final seconds of that fight? That Cassante 1, that's a 1-cost, 1-star deciding to, hey, guess what? I have 200 resistances. Do you know what that means? You tickle me when you look at me. You tickle me when you cast at me. I don't need items. I have them built into my stat line.
Easy job for me. I survive. I will survive. That's what Cassandra was saying, or maybe even singing. Who knows? Alstix now with the Punk line, Pantheon 3 and the Jinx 3 as well. The 6 Punk, so many extra stats for themselves. It's tight fought hard on the Pantheon as well. The Ezreal trying to go through, the big one comes in, but does nothing to the Jinx. The Kang went all the way to the backline, but did not get the job done. Now the Jinx popping in, her cannon fire, but it's not going to be enough. Ezreal gets the win. Alstix takes the loss, and the Punks do go down for a little while. Noka, it's the only one on fire. 38 HP. Aggro took a loss, but it's still at 1 HP surviving.
Holding on for dear life down there is Aggro. is Fontas. Man, this lobby is so close here, except for Noka is just off to the races, cannot be stopped, currently on fire in stage 3, is exactly where you want to be if you're trying to win the lobby. Taking a look here on this executioner board, and they did get to the 6 executioners. We were unsure if that was going to be the line, but they got that extra emblem from the carousel, and here they are. Look at these units, look at these lucky gloves. I want to know, will they go up against the Sentinels, and can we see them get through those resistances?
Maybe, but for now we are facing off against the big Riven, still a 2-star though, so can the Edge Lords from Mr. Chavo get through the exposed weakness boards from the executioners? The Riven tried to make the way to backline, couldn't, but the Diego did the job, and so we will not get an answer to your question, because that executioner board is deleted and goes down. Now we see Noka and Agro DH fighting here, but Agro is surviving well with this disco line, so Fornas is going to be the 7th place.
All Chavo needs is to find that Riven. Will be put into such a powerful spot here, and let's see what we got on the carousel. There is no Riven, but there is some solid frontline units. There is a little bit of extra healing to go down for Aggro, picking up that redemption, and Chavo does go for the Kiana, which is a pretty solid spot to be. Aggro's disco board does need a little bit of extra help, I think, in the frontline items, so that is something they're going to be very happy to pick up.
Now we transition into Aggro's boards that we were seeing getting that win over Noka on the round before. Now a far more upgraded board. We saw that little rough situation where they maybe lost a fight because they weren't able to slot in everything they wanted, but now with everything slotted, it's gigantic 6 discos, 4 Dazzlers. That's so much power. That Aegis of the Legion, of course, buffing up the Lulu and the TF to an insane amount of power, making very good use of the Wandering Trainer, of course, but now has to face off against the big 6 punk badasses, the Jinx and the Pantheon. Can the cards be enough to take down the cannon fire from the Jinx? That Pantheon with his high fast cards is really scary, but the cards going around and dealing damage to the backline do get a little bit of the job done. The Twitch and the Pantheon are gone, the Jinx as well, so it's an easy win actually, and Agro DH at 1 HP does look like he can go farther into this game.
Yep, not only will they be staying around, but they also had some really solid positioning there. And here we are jumping back on with 4-1, who has this Gojo build on to the Ezreal. For all my anime fans out there, Jujutsu Kaisen watchers, you know what I'm talking about. We got blue, we got red, and we got the Infinity Edge. This board is there to show you what Infinity looks like in between me and you.
And that Kang with the lucky gloves, a 2-star Kang nonetheless. That is amazing to watch. Now Mr. Chavo's board once again, 2 off the Riven 3 still. So can the Riven board and the Edgelords get the job done against a 2-star Kang? Can an Edgelord defeat an Edgelord board? The AoE comes in from the Ezreal, gets a lot of the job done. The Ezreal is gone, but the 2-star Kang finishes it off, and then the Kang deletes everything. So unfortunately, we will not see Mr. Chavo getting to their Riven 3 this time around.
Heartbreaking to see. Chavo did get to that 6 8-bit, and like I said, it's having the best placement in the entire patch, but unfortunately does not get blessed by Mortdog to get to that 3-star Riven. And here we are, we're now in a spot to try to get to a bigger cap out for Noka, but will they be able to do it? Will they die at 1 HP? They did finally get knocked off that win streak. Their 8 Sentinel board was able to hold on for so long, but now we're looking at these HPs. We see Aggro at 1, Jotty at 4, Ostrix at 5, Noka at 7. No one has any life left here except for 4-1.
Exactly, 416, who by the way went 8 last game, so really wants to make that push for the top 1. 4 players primed to die on the next round, so probably 2 of them are going to, and then 1 at the very top surviving, still on fire. So 416 really wants to get that win to compensate for the last bad result that he got. Now there is a chance from the match, from this scouting that we're seeing, No, actually, yeah, we're seeing Noka versus a Ghost. So the other 4 are facing off. So yeah, we can have a double elimination. Mumu 3 and Twitch 3 hit by All-Sticks just before round start. So maybe that's the buffer that All-Sticks needs to keep surviving. We check it out. The Punks here versus the Seraphine 3 reroll by Giatti. Look at that Pantheon, really tanky, but the AoE from the Seraphine is going to hit here on the backline at any time. The Twitch still full life with lots of shield on himself from the Guardian buff as well. The Jinx is really trying, but front to back comp really suffers to get access to the Seraphine, but finally does. And Giatti is gone. Aggro is gone as well with the big discounts. Unfortunately, not able to top 4, I think, maybe. Yeah, no, Giatti is the 4th place. So 2 gone, 3 remain, and 416 is still on fire.
And you saw there, oh, they do find another 3-star unit. And we also have three dummies being flung by Crash Test here. This is a really, really solid spot now for Ozix. We saw them come through on those 3 stars being picked up. They're only missing 1 unit on their board right now being 3-starred. Even the dummies are 3-starred.
Even the dummies. So we get some big dummies being thrown into the enemy's face with a lot of CC from it. Noka versus All-Sticks. One of them must go down. This board is big, but on the other side, it's 8 Sentinel and so much resistance. Is this possible to chew the Twitch and the Jinx really trying? But look at the HP bars on the other side. They just don't go down. The dummies help a lot. The Guardian shields as well. But the Akali just smashing through things here. The Jinx and the Twitch are everything they are hitting. Takes so long to die. Now finally the Akali does. But look at this Garen still holding on. Is the dummy the difference maker? Maybe it is. The overtime hits him. Can the Jinx try it? One more hut from the Yari doesn't come in. Wow, the Sona by herself gets the win. It supports Sona. So All-Sticks with a very close fight for the 3rd place.
This is crazy. I don't know if you noticed what we were seeing. All those shields were in fact from the Sona cast. We're not used to seeing Sona on the healing modifier. So my brain for a second was like, where are all these shields coming from? Where are all these heals coming from? Oh my god, that's Sona with an Archangels on heals. Look how big these shields are. And that was exactly what Noka needed to do to be able to take down the 3-star terror that was Ostic's board. But all that matters here is the fight that goes down between 4-1, between Noka. Will 4-1's board be able to cut through these resistances that have been built up by the 8 Sentinels?
Yeah, take a look at the Astro. The big one is going in, going onto the backline. Doesn't get any damage onto the Ari whatsoever, but does get the kill on the Sona. So no more healing or shielding is going to come in. So now the Astro gets the chance for a second. Big one does get the kill onto the backline. And the one comp that was able to chew through the standouts was 416. So with a big win streak, 8 wins in a row, completely unstoppable, 416 goes from an 8th place now onto a 1st place. What a comeback 416 is pulling off here now.
I don't want to sound biased or anything, but that's my study group homie, my guy, 416, representing the summer camp and showing what you can do from 8th to 1st, pulling the Soju special and bringing out the best Heartsteel board you possibly can cap out with. Those Lucian alts down the stretch showed that it did not matter if you had infinite resistances, because if you don't have any damage, well, that's all she wrote for you.
Yeah, the Astro, the Hostiles, all of it, just the AoE, the blue buff, red buff, IE, destruction. But now, that was it for game 2. We still have 4 more to go today. The AML is still going crazy here with the finals. Z-Boy Wonder, it's banger after banger. Now, of course, we say goodbye, but just for 2 games, because we will be back at the end of the day once again.
We'll see you in the finals.
Like a bomb squad.
Welcome back, Moshers and Mixmasters. I'm Invective. I'm joined by Quinn. We are so excited to bring you games 3 and 4 of the Aegis Marauder League finals weekend, and we've seen some great gameplay so far. Last game we saw 416 bring it home with that incredible Heartsteel cash out board. Quinn, are you excited for the games coming up?
I'm really excited. This is going to be an interesting lobby. 416 has been performing really, really well in this league. And so him being at the middle of the pack is kind of surprising to me right now. But I'm excited to see what happens, especially compared to everybody else in the lobby as well.
Yeah, I think we've seen some really variant oriented play so far. Last game we were blessed to see the wandering trainers, and overall in the scores we have 3 players sitting all the way up at 15 points, meaning they went first and second in their first 2 games. This set of standings might be really top heavy as the day goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not surprised to see Noka up there in the standings at 15 points in one of the top 3 there. He's also been performing really, really well in the league, getting a lot of first places. That Noka.
I think the Aegis Marauder League is one of those places where you can really start to see some rising stars. We have seen competition already in the ACL, where some of our players have been rising through the ranks of the AML and the AAL, and I'm really excited to see who's next.
For sure. Is there I'm really excited to see what kind of surprises, what kind of portals we get, that kind of stuff. You know, I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff this league, and there's definitely not going to be any short of it in the finals.
Yeah, and I think that if there's any indication of what we've already seen, players are willing to take the kind of risks that, you know, maybe high elo players seem to shy away from. Seeing Wandering Trainer in a tournament finals is really exciting, and I think it's the sort of thing that makes TFT such an exciting game to watch.
Yeah, there's been Golden Egg has been picked as an augment, maybe at least once, maybe more than that. I'm not super caught up in all the games, but we've definitely seen Golden Egg picked too, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, I think Golden Egg, if you look at it in the stats, it has one of the highest win rates and one of the highest average placements at 4-2. I think it is one of those things where if you get it and you're in a safe spot to take it, you can just run away with the game in the middle of stage 5.
Yeah, it is. It can be a crazy strong augment if it pops and you have enough health to make it worth before going dizzy, because it definitely makes me go dizzy sometimes when I choose that augment.
Yeah, well, when there are not wandering trainers in our games, I feel like the meta has shifted into a state where there is a lot of reroll and there is a lot of AD forecast play. Quinn, which side are you on? Do you have a bone to pick with either of these sides?
I personally am like Heartsteel into Jazz kind of player. It's what I've been trying to play lately. And it looks like we're into the lobby here. We see majority of players on loaded carousels, so not too crazy of portals this time around.
Yeah, and I think that between all of these, we are definitely going to get a lot of tools for our players to work with, whether that's extra components on the carousels or extra components at the start of the game. These choices seem pretty stable overall.
Yeah, we do get hit with the loaded carousels, which means so many items are going to be made in this game. So we might see a true damage comp around this time, which is not super picked, but definitely is quite strong, and I think very uncredited in terms of how strong it can be.
Yeah, and as for the camaraderie in these lobbies, we see PhDan fooling around on Max Second's board, maybe oblivious to the fact that we are watching them starting to talk behind the scenes. I think that is such a great aspect of tournament play. When you know the people in your lobby, you are able to have this sort of rapport with them.
For sure.
And Max Second is going to pick up the Annie Chosen. I think that this is going to be an interesting choice when it comes to the items that they've already been offered. I don't think that an Infinity Edge, for example, is what is going to make this Annie perform to her fullest potential.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely not. That's definitely an interesting choice for an Annie there. We swap over to this next board, looking like Punk got thrown in the mix here. Punk has definitely gotten a bit of a oh my god, sorry, didn't sleep very well, so we're buff. There we go. Punk got buffed very recently with the on top of extended play being taken out temporarily. So,
yeah, and we're in the 2-1 augments. So I think that there are some really interesting options here, whether you are trying to play around that punk or whether you're trying to play around a little bit of tempo.
We see that Jazz baby. I don't know if it's an insta take. For me, it would be.
You know, I think that could be really appealing, but as for punk, like we were talking about, that is going to be so powerful, and with 6 jinxes already on the bench, that is an incredible spot to be in for Mr. Chavo.
Yeah, absolutely. He did end up taking pumping up here, but still a great choice.
Yeah, and a lot of good item slams as well. The Crown Guard has been performing a little bit better on Pantheon since he was able to receive a little bit better AP scaling, and I think overall this is a great setup for Punk reroll.
Yeah, we'll probably see Chavo try to find a cloak for that even shroud, but right now Punk versus a disco board, 3 units versus 4, and it looks like the disco is gonna take over this punk, but I'm excited to see that punk get a little bit stronger with that pumping up as we go on.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see as well whether Mr. Chavo is going to build up a little bit of an economic pool here, or whether they are going to be using more of these punk rerolls like we've seen already on stage 2-1.
We move over to Ostakes board where we see a Vi headliner, so also playing punk in this early game. Which means we already see some contesting going on. I'd imagine not every player is going to be playing punk in the late game, but we'll have to see with that stationary training dummy there as well, earning them that extra econ.
Yeah, and Ostakes is going to be making 10 heading into this round, going for a more greedy approach to the early game and not pushing levels quite as much. And I think that goes really well with their augment choice of Scapegoat, where in the early game you are really just looking to make this training dummy get you that 1 gold per round. I think that can be so valuable.
Yeah, and we see Oz here also not using their punk reroll. They might if they win this round, though. You see the Vi is still living. The Vi is the one with the items, though, dying to this Olaf reroll. And yeah, he's just hitting that back line, not able to survive there. Deciding not to use that reroll with that extra gold that they earned from the training dummy.
Yeah, and we're gonna get a bigger picture of this lobby here. So many players are opting into these punk units for the early game. PH Dan has 6 jinxes as well, and unfortunately, if you are looking for the jinx chosen, the Pantheon chosen is just not quite what you are looking for.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see this many people playing punk. That's quite the contesting, especially because quite a few of them are going for those 3-star jinxes with the amount of jinxes they have on their bench. So yeah, definitely not an ideal spot for any of these punk players. We see PH Dan also no slammed items going against Olaf reroll once again, and yeah, this Olaf is just tearing through with that IE and the gargoyle stone plate. Yeah, just these punk boards aren't able to survive this Olaf.
I think it's just Olaf has a tendency to run through the early game like this, and with 2 items slammed on him, even if they aren't ideal, I think that can be so impactful. But we're gonna be getting into the loaded carousel now, and is there going to be a spatula? Where can our players go? PH Dan has an option to take 2 bows, which is a huge boon for his item economy.
Yeah, he definitely takes that. And we see Chavo definitely going for that. Oh, passing up on the cloak, actually going for the Seraphine with the IE. Who knows if they'll actually make that into an IE.
Yeah, I think that our players didn't get a huge benefit overall. Like, I don't see a spatula that would completely revolutionize the game here, but that being said, we are here with Darkblade, who's already got insert coin. And I think that is a bold pick at the start of the game. Committing yourself to the 8-bit can be risky if you don't find one of the chosens, but with Heartsteel activated, you are going to have a great course into the mid game, whether you want to get the Caitlyn online or the Riven.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see this Heartsteel hopefully do really well. And once they find that edgelord angle with Riven, we'll see if that's what they decide to do. It could be really strong. considering Riven is part of the 8-bit line. And we see them go into, we have a Kale reroll, so some contesting going on between the Pentakill line here as well. And we see this Heartsteel team actually holding up quite well. Corki is actually able to tear through the front line. It's Corki versus Kale. The Kale ends up one-shotting the Corki. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and this is sort of a situation where this is like a best case scenario for both players. The Heartsteel player gets to take a 1-unit loss, and the Kale player is sort of greeting at level 4, trying to make a next econ interval, and you see that the Kale was just enough to win out, as well as farm a gold or two from the Gambler's Blade.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see aggro with the Olaf. Sorry, the Olaf headliner, but no Olaf's on the bench. So interested to see if he's actually going to commit to the Olaf reroll. Maybe that's why he's just slamming items on him. But we see the disco board going up against country. This would be country because he's got the Katarina headliner. The Nami doing a bunch of CC. Bard's tooting his little horn. But the Kennon's a little bit too strong to run through, and Hecarim's kind of in the back line. And we see the Aphelios versus the Nami and the Bard. Bard being taken out. Nami just barely living through that Aphelios. But Aphelios really isn't that strong of a unit. So I'm not surprised that was the outcome.
Yeah, I think aggro just barely manages to hold on to the 5-win streak. That's going to be so important if they want to play towards disco. And I think that's what they're holding some of their components open for, is the ability to make a mana item come out of one of these components. Something like a Spear of Shojin would be a huge benefit to aggro here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see aggro also, as I said, we do see someone using true damage in the early game here, which doesn't surprise me at all. Kennon's got that bling bonus activated. Hopefully he'll throw an item on Senna, even just temporarily, just so that she gets that bonus. But she will be actually 2-starred for aggro here.
Yeah, and there are a variety of options open in that situation, but we're gonna go over to Plop, who is making an interesting country pivot in the mid game. I don't know if this is what they want to do forever, but I think that this is going to be a beneficial play to move items toward the Urgot and have that more synergistic carry for the board.
For sure. We haven't seen a ton of country in the early game, so hopefully it works out for him and he doesn't and he's able to hit all the units that he needs. But we see him going up against the Vi headliner. Looks like the opponent trying to go into the Moshrin line with that Jax on the board. Jax dies immediately though. Vi is kind of not dying and being able to do a ton of damage and healing with that Bloodthirster Last Whisper combo. Hecarim in the backline though, destroying everybody that they have on the board, and it's just Katarina versus the Vi here, and it's close, but Vi does end up going down because of that Hecarim still on the board.
And that's a really good win for Plop, who now has silver augments to choose from. I think it is going to be Vampirism, I have to imagine, just because it is such a good augment overall. And we're going to be switching over to Max Second, who could have a big turn here as they find the headliner Kale as well as a Viego. So this is a incredibly powerful setup for the Kale reroll in the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. And throwing 2 kills in there is definitely an interesting choice. Oh, we see deciding between the Viego and the Echo, but ultimately throwing the Echo in there. And like, they're not getting any bonus from having that second Kale in there in terms of augment wise. So definitely an interesting choice instead of, you know, adding another trait in there like KDA or something. But that Kale is going to look really strong here. Going up against Jinx reroll with the player having 2 Jinxes on the board as well.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting position to look at if you are Mr. Chavo across the board. With PHDN contesting the Punk line, they've opted to level up, and I wonder if team building is going to be going towards the Jinx 3, or if they're going to be able to find a different carry, as Max Second is able to take another win onto a 4-win streak with these double Kales.
That is crazy how well these Kales are performing. I personally have not had any luck with Kale reroll, but I'm glad I'm seeing it because it's powerful.
Yeah, and we saw PH Dan already have 6 Jinxes on the bench without Jinx Chosen, and he was able to find the Jinx Chosen, which means that this spot is incredibly accelerated relative to some of the other players we saw in the lobby, relative to someone like Mr. Chabo. This Jinx 3 is a huge hit for this stage of the game.
Yeah, not only is it just a Jinx 3, but we have a Rage Blade and a Giant Slayer on that Jinx with the Even Shroud slammed on the Amumu and the Vex, giving that Executioner bonus to the Twitch. This is a great spot for PH Dan to be in, and we see going up against this Mosher team, and just Jinx is tearing through the front line, tearing through the back line, barely taking a dent, and getting a 3-win streak for PH Dan there.
And even going into this carousel, PH Dan has taken enough losses that they are in a position to get another first pick on the carousel. But we can also see Max second running around with Young, Wild, and Free. That can be such a huge benefit with the loaded carousels, but he can't seem to pick what he wants.
Yeah, with a carousel, with double item carousel, it can be hard to choose because, you know, you might not have the best pairing, but you need to pick something, right?
Yeah, there are always those moments where the gears are turning in your head as you try to fit the puzzle pieces together with the open item components that you have. And it looks like Chabo was able to hit their Jinx Chosen as well, their Jinx 3. So we have 2 Jinx 3s in the lobby, and they are both relatively wealthy in terms of the stage of the game and the tempo overall.
Yeah, unfortunate for Chabo. Has an IE or a Last Whisper sitting on the bench, but those are already built on the Jinx, so he's got to figure out what else to do with that glove that's on his Jinx, and the Amumu with the Crown Guard, as opposed to Even Shroud that we saw with the other team. Going up against Country here with the Protector's Vow and just tank items. Not really a ton of damage items on the opposing team, just the Last Whisper and the glove on the Urgot, and no surprise here that the Jinx is able to basically solo the entire team.
I agree completely. It can be so hard when you're in the position of someone like 4-Stars Plop to really get a tempo going in the mid game. When there are so many reroll players in the lobby, they tend to spike in stage 3, so you can take tons of damage when you're not quite expecting it.
Yeah, definitely. But for a change of pace here, we do see Aggro leaning into the true damage comp with the Echo, the 2 Sennas, the Kennen, giving right now Kennen and Senna having that their bonuses, their bling bonuses activated. Not one on Echo yet. Going up against the team that we just saw, the Country team here. Little bit of a different matchup. Country might actually take it over despite not having a ton of items compared to the Senna with the Jewel Gauntlet and the Gnasher's Tooth. It's close. It's the 2 carries versus the 2 carries, and Senna, oh my god, Senna living with 3 health on the board. Crazy win for Aggro there, just barely making it out alive.
Yeah, and Aggro is so close to the Senna 3 if they want it, but they are going to push the level, and I think that they are going to complete their roll down here at level 7, which gives them the chance to see things like the Akali or even Kiana.
Yeah, throwing that Yasuo and now getting 4 true damage in on the board, throwing the items from Kennen onto Echo instead for Echo's bling bonus. Just getting a ton of items here from the PvE round.
Yeah, and this is going to be a incredibly important roll down here as Aggro looks for the Senna 3 and tries to round out the board. Are they going to keep spending that money? Can they find what they need? For example, we are looking for superfans here. We get the Akali, and this board is shaping up to be incredibly strong.
Yeah, we have the Vex giving the Executioner bonus here as well. And wow, we have 6 true damage in for this roll down. So they were very successful in their roll down. Hopefully it will be strong enough going up against Kale reroll with an Ari on the back line. True damage Akali, no dashes and dying almost right away, or sorry, not Akali. I was looking at the wrong unit, but Akali in the back line. Not quite able to get to the Kale, and yeah, Kale is tearing through everybody once again. That's Kale, I feel like, is going to be unstoppable in the late game.
I think that this Kale, even though she got nerfs in the B patch here, I think that she is so dominant in the mid game when you are able to get. Hold on a second, wait. There are augments coming up, and remember your roots and crash test dummies are both incredibly powerful for this true damage board, which has such good synergies with this augment, with the Senna.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be really strong to see that. Did they end up hitting their 3-star? No, they're 2 off from their 3-star Senna, so still rolling down for that, still hoping for it. Getting super fans in there, so giving Senna her last item, the Shojin. Very, very strong for that Senna. I'm excited to see that board later on, and we switch over to Ostreak's board.
Yeah, you called out at the beginning of the game, you are a bit of a Heartsteel Jazz fan, but I think there are a few pieces missing here as we're playing 2 Zeds and we don't have a single carry upgraded.
Yes, this is going to be interesting. That is a strong Zac, though, being the Zac headliner, which is quite the hit. So, yeah, but no Jazz synergy in here, just the big shot. But the Zac is not dying, giving MF and Ezreal, despite not having a ton of items, time to do damage. But yeah, this Zac is also, even though he's a 1-cost, he's got the Edge of Night, the Last Whisper, and the Bloodthirster, and it's destroying everybody.
Yeah, Zac said let's bounce, and it turns out to be just enough to get the win in that fight over the Caitlyn Chosen. And I think that Zed is just such a powerful unit. If you see what he is able to do, even 1-star, I think that fight was just the perfect example of why Zed has become such a force to reckon with in the metagame. But we're with Plop, who has committed more fully to this country line. There's no Infinity Edge on the Samira, but there are a few good crit items that make up the difference.
Yeah, that Amumu has a ton of tank items as well, so hopefully he's able to survive through this. He's got tons of health in the overall game to take a couple of losses. Hopefully that's not the case, but going up against this Zed and Zac that we just saw, this could be a loss for him. Zed just jumped to the back line, but went back to the front line, and we do actually see this country taking out that Zac and that Zed. All that's left is the Ezreal fighting for his life, and it's not going to be enough. Samira did take the win on that one.
That is an incredibly important win, like you said, for 4-stars Plop here, who I think needs to have a little bit of a win streak in this stage in order to get the economy back, in order to start hitting multiple 3-star units. They've got a lot of Samiras, but they need to bridge the gap to something like an Amumu 3, a Vex 3, or an Urgot 3.
Yeah, definitely getting those country 3-stars is going to be important for the Hecarim value for sure. And maybe if we see Spats, we'll see him get a 5 country, but not guaranteed Spats. This set is a lot harder to hit Spats, so we'll have to see if there is any on the carousel at all throughout this game. So far, we have not seen any.
Yeah, the loaded carousels can be a time to find those spatulas, but unfortunately for Plop here, there is not going to be a country spat coming in for at least another stage. And we're digging a little bit in order to try to find 2 copies of Samira to use that lesser champion duplicator, but that's not going to come through. On the other hand, we've got insert coin, and at level 8, Darkblade is actually going to be completing this Riven 3 just 1 off of that hit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm seeing a lot of doubles being thrown in these comps despite not really giving a ton of value, which is interesting to see. But yeah, this Kale reroll chews through 8-bit with no problem. But it looks like Darkstar is going to get a cash out.
Yeah, I think that could revolutionize what they are looking for in this position. If you get a few components, oh my god, that is a Banshee's Veil for the Riven. Even though she already has the QSS, it is a huge boon for these melee carries.
That is big. And there's the Riven 3. We hit, baby. Let's go. Darkblade is in a really strong spot right now, throwing the Misfortune in just to fill the spot. Doesn't really have the big shot or the Jazz bonus from her, but it will hopefully be pretty good. Choosing not to throw on Banshee's Veil just yet. Quite an interesting choice, because he's at low health. Maybe he wants to see what this Riven 3 can do first. And she's not doing very great against this Senna true damage comp. And yeah, not getting knocked down health could go out next round if they're not careful. They definitely need to make use of that Banshee's Veil.
I agree with you there, but I think the positioning can be hard to find when you are setting up so many melee carries for success. It can be hard to make sure that they are all optimized in the fight when you have that Banshee's Veil to think about. And Chabo doesn't seem to have much to think about for positioning at all, because this Jinx has looked pretty stable considering they are still at 63 HP.
Yeah, Chabo's final item on that Jinx ended up being a Giant Slayer, which is a great item for Jinx to chew through any massive front lines. And we do see a couple of players, especially that Zac. You're going to want to build a Giant Slayer for that Zac that we saw with the double Warmogs. So, yeah, they still have a champion duplicator on their board as well.
Yeah, we have to remember, though, that there is another Punk player in the lobby, so I am interested in seeing whether Mr. Chabo matches up well against PH Dan, who's got the other Jinx, who's got the Rageblade for the scaling, and we're looking at some pretty good items for this Ezreal for Ostakes. Down at 13 HP, but is able to make the red buff, is able to make the Hand of Justice if they so choose.
Definitely, and despite having such a strong board, they're still at like pretty low health, so hopefully they're able to get out of this loss streak and back into a win streak. Having that 2-star Zed this time around compared to the last time we saw them, maybe it'll make enough of a difference. And that Poppy on the board as well. Zed actually going out, diving to the back line. Zac is still alive and kicking. Ezreal's red buff is definitely able to chew through this 8-bit Riven. Big shield, and oh, the Zac is down. Oh, and we took out the Ezreal. Nobody's out yet, but Ostakes is living at 3 health here on the leaderboard.
Yeah, their life is now on the line as we head to a similar board from Fauna's Footstool. This seems to be a little bit more stable, though. That vampirism is so important, and they were able to save a lot more HP with the Olaf chosen that we saw in the early game, leading all the way up into this Poppy Zed combination where they were able to split the items that they were previously holding.
Yeah, definitely a very similar board to what we just saw with the Zac, with the Zed. Zed having very similar items. A Hodge instead of a Last Whisper, which will make a difference in terms of overall survivability for that Zac, as we can see, or Zed, I mean, as we can see, he is living a lot longer compared to the Zed we just saw, and able to take out that Senna.
Yeah, we can see that each of these augments provides durability for these frontline carries. That combat caster, that vampirism, you can see the way that Zed gets focused on by the Senna, but without anti-heal, without a lot of focus damage, he does not fall and completely wrecks the fight.
Yeah, we now see Darkblade with the 8-bit team here, having Kayn on the board now. Return on investment was also chosen, giving them that tack crown, giving them that extra unit, hoping it's enough for them to survive this next round as well. As we saw, their board just isn't as strong compared to other people in this lobby.
Yeah, but they have found a little bit more value here in this end game. You were able to get the return on investment activated, get that Tactician's Crown, and so we're playing 9 units, which is 2 more than you might see from an average Riven board at this stage. But she's already getting focused by the Jinx. The Giant Slayer that you called out is putting in a lot of work, and Darkblade might be out of this game if he's not able to kill a few more units. The Jinx completely ends the fight, and he's out. Teemo spells his demise.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. And we also see Darkblade going out as well.
Yeah, now the remaining players are going to have a chance to look at this carousel. Max second running with the Young Wild and Free for that last Whisper. And what else are we going to get? Mr. Chabo looking for the Shiv and aggro with the center reroll. Who are we going to itemize next? It looks like it might be the Akali with the Quicksilver.
That's not a bad choice, but Akali already has an IE, a Deathblade, and a Bloodthirster and a Hodge. So the quick QSS is going on Echo, it looks like, instead. Still having Yasuo without his blame bonus, but he's definitely not that important of a unit compared to the other true damage unit.
Yeah, and is this the most interesting Kennen build that you've seen, or is this the most interesting Kennen build that you've seen? Because there are some odd components here.
I've definitely never seen a Kennen with Shiv and Rageblade, but they want to cast, they want to get those CCs off as much as possible. So honestly, it's not a bad strategy. And they have the Tentacles as well from Malawi, which is a great choice to add to this board to also give some extra value. And we do see them taking out Kennen, providing a lot of CC, being able to live through that entire round.
Yeah, and we saw this matchup happen a little bit over a stage ago when Max Second was able to dominate with the single target damage of Kale, but this time it was aggro with the AoE of Senna who was able to win out. I think that just gives you a little bit of insight into the way that these boards tend to scale throughout the game, and there is another single target carry in this Jinx that we now are at 1 life with PH Dan contesting the Punk line. I think that this has worked out not in the way that he wanted.
Definitely not. Although we do see this Jinx with a Rageblade, a Giant Slayer, and a Hodge as well. So she's got good value, but it has to be enough. Otherwise, he is going out. Unfortunately, going against the one of the stronger teams that we saw with the Zed and the Zac. Jinx being able to take out the front line, but the Ezreal's just being able to cast from that back line with the blue buff, with the IE, just taking out people. But the Jinx is actually, not enough to, Fawn is not enough to take out the Jinx there. So Jinx was able to get a win for, I'm forgetting the name of that player right now.
That's all good. I'm sure that they'll make their name known later on in this game, but it looks like there are 3 players on 1 life heading into stage 6. It could spell disaster for one of these players if they go bot 4 here with 1 more game on the line for finals later today. But I don't think that Max Second is in a good spot with just a little bit more left to hit and not a lot of resources to do so.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Max to be in for sure. It looks like wanting to hit that 3-star Mordekaiser to give him that frontline value, but it just doesn't look like it's working out for him. Slamming items on Kayn, trying to figure out what he can do to add value to his board.
Yeah, an anti-heal is one of those things that they desperately need, but I want to know how long this Kayn is going to be staying alive in the next fight, because Fauna's Footstool is at level 9 with a Ziggs instead of that Ezreal, and that is a lot of damage coming into the front line already.
See Zac's Thieves Glove giving him not the best items there with a red buff and a Bloodthirster, but despite that, the Poppy is able to jump to the back line, and that's a loss for Max, unfortunately.
Yeah, they were so dominant in the mid game, but I think they really struggled to find a little bit of a scaling advantage in terms of their board, and that might be those Kale nerfs coming through, but there's so much value on this board for Fauna's Footstool. I think the Ziggs is a little bit of an inconsistent carry with these 3 items, but I don't hate it because you need to get an upgraded carry on your board right now.
Yeah, and we do see them throwing in that Lucian for the extra Jazz value, having 3 Jazz in now with a really, really strong board. Hopefully it's enough here so that they also don't take a loss. Going up against Country, that Poppy is also got the Zac also getting really good items, sorry, with the Gargoyle Stoneplate and the Bramble just jumping around, and the Lucian being able to do quite a bit of damage. We see Ziggs almost taking out a unit there, and yeah, it was no chance for for Fauna's opponent and them being able to go up in the top 4.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker for Plop, who we saw playing the country line. I think that, you know, they were spending their gold pretty aggressively in stage 4. Unfortunately, it hurt their scaling for stage 6. But we're with Aggro again, who has found the Akali 2, still rocking with Rageblade Shiv Cannon, and Yasuo holding the place of the Kiana, which they weren't able to find.
Yeah, we see an Alawi in the backline there, wanting the value from the tentacles as much as possible, keeping her alive as much as possible, which is an interesting strategy there. Still Cannon with the Rageblade and the Shiv. Having that super fan value still with those 1-cost units on the board, but it's working out for them. Senna's really not taking a ton of damage here, although we do see the front line kind of going down, and just the Senna, and yeah, unfortunately it wasn't enough for Aggro, landing them a 4th. And we
PH Dan falling out in 3rd. Don't worry about it at all. We are gonna have one more carousel. Mr. Chaba, who I believe is one of our other Punk players, going up against this capped level 9 Zed and Ziggs board. A lot of Z's here, but we are certainly not falling asleep because there's a Heartsteel spat being chosen for an extra synergy by Fauna's Footstool.
Definitely an interesting choice, throwing it on Lucian, trying to get value from that, but I feel like it might be too late considering they are struggling for health here compared to Mr. Chapo. 52 health versus 8. It's going to be quite the stretch if Fauna can get a first place, but we'll have to wait and see what happens here.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Chaba was in a very good spot to take advantage of this Punk reroll. We rarely see Punk get to level 9, but this Twitch and Jinx have been putting a chokehold on the rest of the lobby. You can see Zed trying to work through the Amumu in the front line, but is it going to be enough? Is Ziggs scaling going to be enough? And I think that this might be the end for our Fauna's Footstool here.
Well, Ziggs is actually doing a really good job taking out these units. And yeah, we see Fauna actually take out Chabo. Chabo losing their health hot streak. Zac also this time around getting a Sunfire, which is decent, but that Giant Slayer might not be the best item for him. So we'll have to see how this next matchup goes.
Yeah, the other thing that I like to call out, the Sunfire is a unique source of anti-heal on this board. Fauna's is still win streaking, and we'll see that with these HP totals, is Fauna's Footstool going to be able to get to level 9? Are they going to be able to hit something more impactful with their gold? Or is Chabo going to close it out right here? They just hit the Lucian 2.
I guess we'll find out. Strong items on this Poppy still. Being able to live a little bit longer than last time. Jinx still tearing through their tanks, but it's not quite enough, and we see Fauna's taking another chunk of health out of Chabo.
Yeah, and that's so tough. But you see pumping up, get that scaling over the course of the game. It's just a question of whether we can find a few more upgrades for this board. And I think Ilaoi might be an excellent choice because Ilaoi has this ability to dilute the damage coming in from the Ziggs, to get that damage spread out across the board. I really like the adjustments that we're seeing here.
For sure. I still don't think it'll be enough frontline based on how much damage we see going out from that Jinx, from that Jazz line. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. We see the Anvil being taken. Don't know what item Chabo took, but we see Fauna's take a Warmogs, adding to their front line, which is quite strong with the Zac, with the Poppy headliner, with the set.
Yeah, and this is looking so tense because Fauna's is holding out the line for level 9, which is so bold in this spot.
See Fauna's hit that 2-star set right before the round starts as well, giving set a huge jump from health, adding to their front line as well here. We'll have to see how this plays out. Once again, we just see Zed bouncing around, just taking units out. But we see Chavo actually probably getting a first here, making those small adjustments to the board. Ended up paying off big for him, getting them that first.
Yeah, what a performance for Chavo here. Contested Punk is not a line that you expect to go first place in a finals level lobby, but I think that there were such good decisions made along the way to optimize that board and adapt it against the board that he ended up facing at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely really smart decisions made on Chavo's end to land him that first compared to the last couple of rounds that he lost from Fauna. So very smart play, finding those synergies.
Yeah, and switching up the frontliner as well. They were rocking with the Amumu for a while, but switching over to the Poppy made that frontline way more durable. Opting for sustain over CC was one of the differences that was made in the final fight. You saw Ziggs, you saw Zed try to take her down, but it just wasn't enough. And, I think that there were so many good adjustments that you could learn from if you are looking to study the game here.
Yeah, let's not forget about that Alawi 8 being able to dilute some of that damage with her tentacles. Also a good addition to the synergies as well.
Yeah, and that was an awesome game 3. We'll be back in just a second for game 4, and then we will find out who is going to advance to the final lobby of the Aegis Marauder League for set 10. Welcome back, superfans. I'm Invective, and this is Quinn. I'm so excited to bring you one more game. We are so excited to bring you one more game of the Aegis Marauder League to determine who is going to be advancing to our final lobby. And after 3 games, the standings are looking pretty intense. We are about to watch Noka put on the masterclass as they've already reached 22 points. Will somebody be able to stop them?
I really hope so because Noka's been an absolute beast, but I'm also kind of rooting for him. It's a love-hate relationship with these standings here because it would be interesting to see someone take down Noka, but we'll have to see how this lobby plays out if he's able to hit, if they're able to get that first. But they're looking pretty good with the next player, PH Dan and Kangster and Mac all tied at 18 points.
Yeah, that is a huge gap to overcome in a tournament setting. Just yesterday, we saw Stacy Girls run away with the league in the ACL. So will Noka be able to put on a performance like that? Or will they be challenged by the players in their lobby? Kangster, 416, these are the players you have to look at in order to determine whether Noka is going to be able to run away with it because they are contesting for those points.
Yeah, it'll definitely be an interesting lobby with a couple of very, very strong players in this one. So I'm excited to see what the outcome is. Maybe we get some interesting portals. Who knows? Maybe another Wandering Trainer game.
Yeah, those are such a pleasure to cast. I think that when you have this chance to see our players come up and cook up different kinds of paths through the game with the different synergies that are on offer, that could be so very exciting.
Yeah, definitely excited to see what players are going to cook up for this final game. And it looks like we're loading in here, and we have Golden Prelude being the favorite of the lobby with one other person standing on Treasury Armor, or a couple of people, like actually.
Yeah, that Treasure Armory could be a wrench in the cogs here, but it looks like the Golden Prelude is the favorite, like you said. We'll see whether that augment selection is going to go over to the Treasure Armory. And yeah, that is something that players haven't had to learn how to play around for a little while, not since set 7.
Yeah, so we're starting off on DSJ's board here, just having that Nami. We'll see what they get from these minions, if it's anything exciting.
Yeah, that is exciting.
A set and an echo to start off the lobby. That's definitely good news for DSJ if he decides to take advantage of those units, or the econ. Either is really good, strong start.
Yeah, and those Mosher Vi's are going to round out the board quite well if you are looking to play around the set. Heartsteel still yet to be hit. As we are looking and checking in with Nada in America, I think that this is a little bit less clear of a start. You just got gold, you just got a Tom Ken chosen, and now you're sort of staring into the void, hoping that the next few shops bring you something good so you can take charge of this early game.
Yeah, these boards are really hard to take advantage of, but you know, they did get the Vi headliner in the next shop there, so taking advantage of that, having that Aphelios in their shop as well, hoping just to hit that Heartsteel, it looks like.
Yeah, and it looks like there are a lot of players with interesting openers here because Kid Jack has gotten a full champion duplicator. I am excited to see what they hold out for and whether they are able to make use of it in time to change the direction of the game, because that is a big economic hit to take in the early game as well. -3 gold, but plus the potential of hitting something huge later down the line as we get into the augments.
The downside of that champion duplicator is having to sit on it for so long, hoping to make use of it on a 4 cost or a 5 cost, or possibly using it to get a 3-star earlier than intended. But we see them opting, we see Kid Jack opting for that Spellweaver line, still leaving Cassante on the board, maybe hoping to hit that Heartsteel, but with so many people already having Heartsteel or being very close to it, we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, and if you were confused about some of the other boards that were being put on display, you are certainly not confused about Noka, who has already got an Olaf chosen with a Tom Kench upgraded and a Triforce. So this is just going to be such a powerful early game that it's hard to imagine Noka is going to be stopped in this game 4.
This definitely looks like an Olaf reroll with like Pentakill or maybe Bruiser. We'll have to see what he chooses to do with that. But we do see this Mosher Vi getting the Olaf quite low. Urgot not quite able to clean up. This is gonna be a early win for Noka.
Yeah, and 416 came into this game thinking, how am I going to stop Noka? Well, it's not going to be on stage 2-1 because that Olaf is just so hard to deal with, even when you have the Vi, even when you have the Mosher combination here.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely rolling, looking for more of those Moshers, looking to upgrade that Jinx for 4-1, but definitely not hitting. Kind of at a weird stage with his board, but maybe he'll try to make some econ and level in the next round here. But for now, just having 3 units on his board, going up against Kid Jack, having 4 units on their board with that Spellweaver, with that Nico on the board, which is a really strong early hit as well here. What artifact is that on that Vi?
Yeah, that's the Diamond Hands, and it's such a powerful pickup in the early game. It generates gold for you, and even later on in the game, it allows your frontline to be that much more durable with the few seconds of invulnerability, because it's not the sort of invulnerability that causes your enemies to retarget. Those units just waste their damage on that Vi, and it can be so impactful.
Wow, yeah, that sounds like it's a great pickup for them there. And we switch over to Giotti's board here with that Cassante and Aphelios, one off from that Heartsteel. Not exactly, it looks like having no direction on where they're exactly going with this board. A couple of players seem to be in that spot. They have the option of the Even Shroud on their bench, but opting not to slam it.
Yeah, and we're getting weaker here, which I'm not sure I agree with. But we are looking to continue that loss streak. It's just not going to matter all that much when you consider what Noka's bringing to bear, because that's Pentakill activated as well, and I just cannot imagine killing even one unit here.
If they lose enough health this round, it might give them that chance to pick up something really strong off Carousel, so we'll have to see what Giotti is going to pick up on this next round. That is landing him. Oh no, he actually still gets hit with second pick, so not quite enough health loss to have that first pick maybe that he was hoping for, and why he chose to get a little weaker.
Yeah, and it's so tough because when you are on a loss streak, when you have 3 components open, you are looking for the best possible thing. And Giotti looks like they are following a similar game plan to Max Second in the game that we watched earlier. They are gonna be going for that Kale reroll because they pick up the Kale with the rod off the carousel. Yeah,
definitely. We saw Kang there also taking his time to pick something off the carousel, even though he was first pick. So we do see Kangster also picking Submit to the Pit, so we'll have to see. So obviously opting for a Mosher team here. And Submit to the Pit also makes it so you have to position your Moshers very interestingly, all kind of grouped together to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I am such a huge fan of this augment. I want to claim that I found it before it was cool. I hopefully that holds up, but I think that this is such a powerful one because you are able to put so many stats on your main carry that it just runs through boards in the mid and even late game. I am curious though, does Kangster prefer the Gnar because he's already got 3 of those, or are you gonna go with the stronger carry in Urgot?
That's a very good question. I feel like you just gotta play whatever you hit here. And I don't think that was gonna be it. We didn't get to quite see the end of that mashup, but that's okay. We do see this Olaf versus this Vi, and the Olaf does go down here for Noka.
Yeah, that is a huge swing. These players were both win streaking, and Nada was able to level up to 6 because they've won so many rounds with the escort quest. So they're able to take charge of the tempo in this early game and put an end to Noka's win streak that we thought was all but given.
Yeah, they're also opting in for that Mosher line, so we're gonna see some contesting going on here, which we'll have to see if Nada in America is going to prevent Kangster from hitting with that Submit to the Pit. And we see them going up against the Hale here, but Kale is not itemized at all. Versus this Vi. The Vi goes down, but there's still plenty of units on the board for Nada in America, and we do see Nada looking like they are going to take the win. Still not over. It's a very long fight.
Oh, it's going to be so close.
God, it's going to be really close, but I think, yeah, Nada ended up taking the win here and earning that gold because the training dummy was still alive at the end of that. So definitely being able to take advantage of Escort Quest.
Yeah, that was a crazy final round of stage 2, and you really feel for Soak, who is in an excellent position to be making use of metalheads with so many pentakill upgrades, but unfortunately they're not able to get the economic advantage they need because they cost so much gold, and it looks like Kale is going to be contested as well. So we saw Giadi take the Kale off the carousel with Gambler's Blade, but you know, Soak might be in an even better position to play around the Kale.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that Vi headliner, they're probably looking for a stronger headliner than Vi, which I don't blame him. That's probably what I would do too with metalheads, probably wanting that Karthus into the late game. But we'll have to find out when that happens. Not anything super exciting in Soak's shop here. Looks like opting to save some gold, selling off some units, making that 30. Slamming an even shroud on Mordekaiser, getting stronger for an 80 comp later.
Yeah, and I think that that's the right decision. Even though you had so many kills, even though you had that kind of direction, it doesn't make sense to keep playing her when you need so many rods to make her items work. Instead, you have the ability to make a red buff, and you have the ability to play for the later game pentakill units. I think that's really wise, but it looks like the line is going to be so contested. There are so many players with these AD Bruiser items slammed that are so good on the Viego, so good on the Akali, that I really wonder whether our pentakill players are all going to be able to hit.
Yeah, even though there's so many other pentakill units, we do see a lot of Nars out of that pool because so many players are playing them for Asher. But we do have an augment choice coming up for 416. Opting in for what is that augment? I can't.
That's going to be vampirism, and I think that's one of the best things that you could possibly see in this spot. It is so good to be able to get that kind of value out of the lost streak, and we're gonna be raising the stakes. 5 Heartsteel activated, 5 units on the board, all positioned so that they die without having any impact, and 416 is going to be looking at stage 4-1 with a huge wealth advantage over the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't lose too much health and he's able to get a decent enough cash out to maximize his board after. So this is definitely going to be a loss for him, but that's exactly what he wants with Raise the Stakes. You don't want to see him winning.
Yeah, and on the other side, Nada seems to be extremely strong. All of that value is not going to matter all that much going up into this board, which even gets to kill a unit, which that's a huge benefit if you're 416. That's a few extra hearts. That's 1 or 2 HP saved, and it could be the difference at the end of the day when the life total gets lower and lower.
Yeah, right now, as we're going off of their board, we see them with 138 out of 160. Excited to see how that escalates. And right now we see a Vi pretty stacked here with this Mosher team with DSJ, with the Warmogs and even Shroud and a forgetting the name of that item as well.
Don't you worry about it. That is a steadfast heart and an even shroud. This is gonna be a decent board to kill some units, but I have to imagine that when you compare it against some of the other boards, you know, there's a lot more damage coming through. For example, Kid Jack has got that Seraphine upgraded, and it looks like with that champion duplicator, they're gonna be going for a reroll line, not opting to go for something huge on 4-2 with a 4 cost.
Yeah, and we see this Vi going down despite how tanky it was. This Seraphine has so many fat items on her, just taking down that team, especially with that Lulu providing extra support, even though she isn't itemized just yet. But she will probably end up itemized later on in the game because we like a fast Lulu around here.
Yeah, the tempo is certainly getting ratcheted up here. Kid Jack has only 20 gold to their name, but at the same time, that is gonna be an extremely powerful board to face on this stage. As we see 416 picking up the Ezreal, so that might give them access to 7 Heartsteel if they're able to find it in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, that'll be very, very exciting to see if they are able to do that, because then that would just make their cash out even bigger, and that's exactly what 416 wants to see.
Yeah, and on the other side of that equation is the extreme tempo that you're getting when the escort quest player is still on a win streak, when they have a 3-item carry, and I don't know if our players are going to be able to challenge this at this stage of the game.
Yeah, this is definitely very strong. We do see them holding that Zed on the bench as well, maybe hoping to throw that in the board later on. Definitely having that Sentinel bonus with the and super fans in there as well. Hopefully being able to take advantage of this. Going up against this Vi Urgot on the other side. And Vi is able to make it to the back line there, being able to easily take out Ophelios and Nami while everybody else just beats on the Vi with the tank items, giving Nada and America another +1 to their win streak, making it 9.
Yeah, and I think that is going to be a very challenging player to deal with, but 416 could have the tools to do it, because like we called out, hitting that Ezreal on Carousel gives them access to 7 Heartsteel, and that is going to be a lot of hearts coming in this round for raising the stakes.
We currently see 416 with 408 hearts. That is going to be a huge cash out. We're going into the next fight with them. This will be a loss for them. They have enough health to stay and get that raise the stakes cash out. So we'll have to see what they end up getting. I don't even know what's in this big of a cash out, but I'm excited to see what he does to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and even getting a few kills this round could be so big. Is it going to break 500? Is it going to break 750? I think we might just be a little bit short. Yeah, 630 is not going to make a huge difference, but the 500 cash out is a game changer for sure, and they have the ability to make use of it on the neutrals round. That is such a big deal.
4 anvils here. Being able to level to 7, have 50 gold, throwing in Zed here, and reorganizing their board so they are able to make use of it. We'll have to see what they slam for items though. Deciding to wait until, oh, and here we go. It's an Edge of Night, probably to throw on Zed. We get some AP items, which is not ideal with optimizing Zed for a carry.
Yeah, I think that there are some good, it's a really positive start though. 3 component anvils or item anvils left to open up, but we're here with Soak, who is able to find this Kale pretty early on, and even though we saw the Even Shroud being slammed, this Kale is still a force to be reckoned with. Hitting this quickly with so much gold left is a huge deal.
Yeah, we do see a Rage Blade, a red buff, and a Hodge being slammed on that Kale. With that Even Shroud of value, this is going to be a very strong Kale. And we see them going up against this headliner Gnar that Kangster ended up grabbing. Unfortunately, though, this Kale is no match for that Mosher, for that Cement to the Pit, and just being taken down so fast.
Yeah, you know, you need a front line to be able to let Kale scale up. She has the area of effect to deal with the Moshers, spreading that anti-heal around to make sure that they don't have the chance to sustain as much. But, you know, if your front line falls in 2 seconds to Gnar, it is simply not going to be enough.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Soak there. This match probably not going quite as they had hoped. But we see them making a decision on their next augment here. Heroic grab bag, harm assist, heavy hitters with 2 out of 3 being re-rolled, deciding to go with The name escapes me.
That's going to be the heavy hitters. I think that's an interesting choice. I wonder if something like Long Distance Pals would have been better to synergize with the Mordekaiser, but nonetheless, we're here with Giotti, who is able to find keepers for their final augment, and that's going to be really valuable for the Twisted Fate board.
Yeah, definitely. We see a lot of value coming from Disco. 2 Namis because they probably couldn't find what they were looking for to also throw on the board to add extra value. But nonetheless, we see them going up against 4-1, who didn't seem like he's got super strong of a board just yet, but there's still more to come from 4-1. Although the Ezreal does have a lot of his BIS items here, soloing actually quite easily this board. And actually, I think it will be, just barely a loss for 4-1, being a 1-unit loss for them, which is what he wants, because he still has Heartsteel on his board. So that's actually a really great outcome for 4-1.
Yeah, and now we get a chance to look at what Kangster was able to do with their spot. They held out for this Gnar Chosen, and this board, it doesn't look it looks deceptively weak, because this Gnar is getting so much attack speed, so much AD and AP, that he is just an incredible force to be reckoned with. And going up against Nada, I don't know if Gnar has what it takes to beat everything on the opposing board, but Keepers was the final augment, and it provides such a huge shield for all your moshers.
That is true. We do see Gnar with that Edge of Night, though, so that Edge of Night might be just the perfect item for him. And we see actually Nada's team having no trouble going through the opponent's board, or Kangster, sorry, going through.
Yeah. And I think that just goes to show the power of this augment, the power of this augment combination, as well as good itemization coming out of Kangster, right? You have the Titan's Resolve and Even Shroud on the Poppy. I'm really glad to see that Kangster knows the value of putting those items on Poppy, whereas something like Titan's Resolve Urgot can be tempting. It is a little bit of bait as we see our players load in for the final item component carousel.
Yeah, we see lots of items being taken here. Nothing too exciting, I don't think. We're loading into Noka's team here, with the 4 KDA, hoping maybe we'll see 5 KDA being put on the board, and we do see 5 KDA with that super fan value being added for that Akali, giving that Akali the Trinity Force that we saw in that early Olaf with the 2 Hodges. It should be enough to, it's meant to say that that is a really strong item combination for Akali. Hoping to take out Giotti's board, we saw with that TF, but who knows, TF is also pretty strongly itemized here. The Akali immediately jumping to that backline. Giotti had a unit to bait her, but unfortunately she does go towards that TF, taking a good chunk of health off of him. Although Giotti's frontline is still living, this Akali is healing though. She's the only one left on the board, not enough to take out 4 units on her own, unfortunately, knocking down Noka a couple of steps.
Yeah, that's a really tough spot for Noka. I think that they wanted a little bit more in terms of what they hit at stage 4-2. They seem to have wanted to play around pentakill, but unfortunately we're just on the Akali, we're just on the KDA board, and they seem to have a little bit of indecision. But 416 is extremely decisive here, picking up the Misfortune Chosen and getting 4 Big Shot activated at the end of this stage. That is a huge benefit to them, and it looks like they'll be just strong enough to get to level 9.
Yeah, making use of that Heartsteel emblem on the Bard and that Big Shot emblem on the Aphelios, still having a really strong synergies, especially for Jazz, with that Lucian on the bench, wanting to make use of it as soon as they are able to get a couple wins. And this Zed has no problem tearing through the enemy's board here, Nada's board, that we saw not scaling as much as some other players in this lobby.
Oh, and there is going to be a radiant item on offer from this from this treasure armory that could make such a big difference at this stage of the game. And this is an incredible offering for Kid Jack, who gets a champion duplicator and a Rabadon's death cap. That it might be exactly what they need in order to find an upgrade like Sona or Ori here on level 7.
Yeah, opting to put it on Seraphine, the 3-star Seraphine, 2 Rabadons on a Shojin. That's going to make her very, very strong into this next lobby. And that Echo has 2 Steadfast, also make him very, very tanky, which is exactly what you need for a Spellweaver board.
Yeah, and if you look at DSJ's Zed, there's certainly something interesting going on here with 3 healing items. Who is going to be killing this Zed? Well, it's gonna have to start with crowd control. It's gonna have to start with a few big damage carries of your own.
The DSG being at the bottom, though, they are desperate to slam whatever they can to keep their, to maybe make this 8th into a 7th or a 6th. You know, gotta, do what they can to get that extra placement so they don't fall too far down. Going up against 416, who's got a decently strong board with that Jazz and 4 big shot in, so this is definitely going to be a close fight. Although that Lucian is doing quite a bit of damage, as well as that Zed is still alive, still healing, yeah, oh my gosh, I don't even know what's happening. And 416's board actually did end up beating out that board, so DSJ holding on with 5 health has to hit something here in order to not take an 8th.
Yeah, this is such a tough position to be in. You cannot get a lot stronger on level 8 because Ezreal is so contested that you really have to be going for the Lucian, but unfortunately you just match up into the Terminator 416 with the huge Heartsteel cash out, and now our matchups, we've got to be preparing for them. We've got to make sure that this Zed gets us to level 9 because that's just about all we can do here.
Yeah, we do see DSG on the cusp of that cash out as well, so if he's not able to take a win here, unfortunately will not make use of that cash out. But we do see going up against that Disco team being able to tear through that front line relatively easily, still hanging on. The Zac is still alive, the Zed is still alive with all that healing, able to take a win from Giotti here. They will be able to make use of that cash out, even though it's not that big. It's they're grasping straw for this round.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be willing to hold on for even one more round to get to level 9. That is such a bold play, but I think it's what they might need. Their points are not that high with only 11, so they really need to be playing for first here, and I really love to see the bravery of DSJ in this position to go to that point. But now we've got Kingster, who's got a Radiant Bramble on the Poppy, and I think that is so cool to see.
That is going to make the Poppy last just a little bit longer, make her that much stronger, for sure. And we do see Kingster 1 off that 3-star Urgot as well. But, you know, this Gnar is not going down easily. This Poppy is not going down easily. Taking a win off of 416. Despite 416's really strong board, Submit to the Pit is just one of those insta-take augments. It's just absolutely crazy. And yeah, I know I insta-take it when I see it because we see it performing very, very well here.
Yeah, and now Kid Jack being out at 8, you hate to see it. It's been a tough day for them, but on the other hand, Noka has been putting on an incredible performance in games 1, 2, and 3, but game 4 has proven to be more difficult for them as they look at a 7th place in the face.
Yeah, oh, them and DSG both at the bottom here. We might see both of them go out, or we could see both of them get take an extra placement and live a little bit longer. But we'll have to keep an eye out here as we are on Noka's board. Noka getting a couple of upgrades: the 2-star Echo, the 2-star Kennen slamming, having Ari slamming that red buff, the Rabadons, the Nashers. A red buff on Ari is not necessarily going to be the strongest item, but again, with 1 health, he's got to do what he can, and he's got that Ziggs on the board with a Thieves Glove. Not the strongest items on Ziggs either, with a Sunfire, which he will not be able to make use of at all. The Hodge will at least help a little bit. We're into the fight. And we see Ari actually doing quite a bit of damage here. It's definitely not enough. Although Akali's zooming around, she is healing quite a bit. I don't think she'll be able to survive on her own. And yeah, we see Noka unfortunately going out, getting DSJ a win.
Yeah, that might be disastrous for Noka, but it makes things really exciting for the casters here, because I think that really opens up the final lobby. It opens up places for people like Kangster to make up the difference in points and really make the final lobby competitive. And now we see that 416 has also started to make things competitive with 62 gold on the bench, and he just says, hey, these matchups, I'm not scared of any of them because I'm going to level 9 as well.
Yeah, he goes into the into Soak's Kale reroll board, which is probably not quite as strong as 416's, and we are proven correct by that. It looks like with Ezreal just taking the board by storm.
Yeah, and Gianni, who was playing Disco, is now out in 6th place. So you see that the top 6 here, or the top 5, has really revolved around the reroll and AD flex lines. These are just the most powerful lines in the meta, and if you are able to access a set of augments that really works well with them, and you have the tempo to work with as well, then the lobby simply gets forced to play around those compositions. DSJ and 416 are really menaces at the bottom of the HP standings, but Kangster has shown that they're capable of taking victories over either of them.
Yeah, I'm surprised DSJ has been as strong as he was these past couple of boards, just getting lucky with those mashups. If he had gone against Kangster, we may not have seen him take a win here, but we may have seen him take a loss here, but he's still going strong, hitting that level 9 and just doing his roll down now. A very little gold left, but opting in for that 2-star Zac, making his front line a little bit stronger. Again, with the Ziggs on the board, we see DSJ and 4-1 having very similar boards, so if they go up against each other, it will be interesting. It won't be this round though.
Yeah, and going up against Nada in America, who's also running a very similar AD flex board, they've got so many upgrades at level 9. We saw them win streaking earlier with that escort quest, and now they have brought that economic power to bear with a Jhin 2, a Zed 2, and a Kiana 2. So is that going to be enough? The Radiant Demon Slayer is going to be enough to take down DSJ, and they're out in 5th.
That was very scary for DSJ, you know, but he pushed what could have been a 7th all the way up to a 5th. So even though it was a 5th, it was still a strong 5th. And we see 4-1 taking another +1 to his hot streak here. Level 9 just rolling, seeing what he can grab, but with very little gold. There's not much he can really do here.
Yeah, I would really love to see 416 realize you've got to put that Reforger to use, gets the Gambler's Blade for the Lucian, and that is going to be so much more valuable. The extra gold actually comes out of the Lesser Champion Duplicator to get Lucian 3 more attack speed, and it is going to be a close matchup versus the Moshers here.
Yeah, definitely very, very close here. Although we see Poppy taking like next to no damage. Nar is also, or Urgot, sorry, is still very alive. Nar able to make it to the back line, but getting killed. And yeah, we see 416 with 4 units left on the board, taking a win here. 416 making very, very strong, powerful decisions, landing him, you know, in that top 4.
Yeah, what a crazy board to be able to put together at the end of this game here. The damage seems to have been outscaled in terms of the matchup versus Kangster, so we'll see whether this board is able to beat out the Kale board and whether Nada is going to be able to survive against the Moshers. The positioning of the Kiana is going to be so important to deal with the Poppy and the Gnar. Is it going to be enough?
We'll have to find out. This Ezreal is going to be able to cast pretty quickly here into the matchup. We see the Gnar once again just jumping right into the middle of the board. Mordekaiser getting shot to the back, although definitely still being able to take out Nada here. The Jhin just isn't powerful enough. The Ezreal is not powerful enough, leaving Nada a 4th place in the league in the last game of the league.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker for Nada, but we'll see if a 4th place is enough to get them to the final lobby. Now it's going to be 416 versus Kangster. These two are both comfortably in the top 8 in terms of their point standings, but it is going to come down to this victory, and that could have big ramifications later in the day. 416 picking up the Deathblade is another nice pickup for maybe not any of the units that are actually onto the board. So that's an interesting pickup, actually.
The best bet is to throw it on the Misfortune, who is the headliner. At least that's what I would do. We'll have to see what they decide to do with those items.
Oh, and that's such a huge pickup. That is so big with that Radiant Sterix. I think that might be the end for Kangster.
It might be. We saw the Deathblade being thrown on the Yone at the last second there, which is definitely an interesting choice because of that Jazz energy. I feel like it would have been stronger on MF, but we'll see what happens here. With the front line just being chewed through almost immediately. Poppy here actually taking some damage. Hitting that 3-star Urgot is the only thing, or not the only thing left on the board. We do see this Gnar living actually quite a bit longer than I would expect, but the Ezreal dashing around. Gnar's too slow to do anything against him, so definitely an interesting matchup. We'll have to see what Kangster does in terms of positioning to see if it makes a difference in this next round.
Yeah, and when you look at this board, it's got all the right pieces. It's got Yorick on it. It's got 5 Pentakill, 6 Moshers, and even an Emo Spat for this Poppy to do a little bit more work. But in terms of the positioning, you cannot make that many adjustments when you are forced to clump up all your units. And that might just be the end because you don't have any more tools left to work with.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough position to be with that submit to the pit, forcing that position a specific way. We'll have to see if moving them slightly over to the right makes any difference, but it doesn't quite look like it is. Or did it? I don't know. The Ezreal is still alive, still chewing through everybody. Lucian had some items, or Set had some items on him. But yeah, no, taking out some more health from Kangster here. 4-1 is on a 7 win streak. It's going to be tough to take him down.
Yeah, and winning with 5 Heartsteel on your board is just such an insane flex. I would love to see 416 make a few adjustments. For example, you could put the Senna and the Kiana in over this Yone and Helios, but if you don't and you win anyway, that's fine by me, because I think that this performance has just been incredibly dominant out of 416. You see that the positioning can make a difference, because in the last fight, Gnar went straight to the Lucian. But that being said, there are so many carries on this board that the Moshers, who can only 1v1 you, just don't have that much of a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see a Yorick being picked up here. Whether or not he will field it is going to be interesting. We see a Yorick chosen, and I think he's thinking about it. We'll have to see if he grabs it, but he's got that MF chosen on the board currently. Looks like choosing not to pick it up, but should still net him at first.
Oh, this could be really bad because the Even Shroud is on the wrong side. It could be targeted down first, and then you're out of shred to deal with the Radiant Bramble. Yone is going to be falling down in the front line. Zac is going to be falling down in the front line. And here you see that Gnar is already in the back, but it is not going to be enough against all the damage that 416 had.
Yeah, just so much damage with that Jazz, with that Heartsteel. having those having those spats also made a huge difference for 416 there. In the end, they did take the win.
Yeah, and I think it's really just a masterclass in terms of the lost streak play coming out of 416. You have value from vampirism. You find the right synergies on the carousel by picking up the Ezreal and getting 7 Heartsteel for 2 turns on your Raise the Stakes. And that really made all the difference because the cash out just provided you the items to maximize value from Ezreal, maximize value from Zed, and maximize the value of the Lucian.
Despite how this lobby turned out, I feel like every player was very strong. Despite some some players just not hitting, but they all made really good choices. All the way from 8th to 1st. I think everybody made choices, but some just happened to scale a little bit harder than others.
Yeah, that was a really great final lobby to watch. I think that the interaction between rerollers and AD Flex players has been very interesting to watch over the course of the patch, but it was really the decisions that our winners were able to make here. Kangster and 416, they are both surging into the high-level standings, and they are making a name for themselves in this finals weekend.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. Some very strong players. You see the final standings here. Kangster at 25, Noka at 24, 4-1 at 23, and the rest of the players sitting at 21 and 19 going into the finals.
Yeah, those players are going to be really tough to contend against, but now it's time to sign off. Quinn, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, and next we'll have the final lobby, so stay tuned.
And we are back, Z-Boy Wonder. It's time for the finals. We have the last 8.
Yep. I'm super stoked, man. These games that we were not here to cast were also absolute bangers. Top 8 is here. It's that time to shine, and let's see who can come out on top. We got some really high-class players coming in. We had that 4-1-6 comeback, was sitting there at an 8th to start the day, but finds their way into the top 8 and is here to stay.
And then we also have a bunch of other players like Chabo, Fauna, Speech, Dead, Mac the Second. I'll have to mention Chabo here. Chabo barely made it, almost made it into top 8 during the league, but was the top 9 by 1 point for making the cutoff into the league bye. So wasn't able to get that bye, had to work through playoffs week 1, did it, and now makes it into the final 8. That is... That's certainly a rough spot to come from, but he managed it.
This is also just a really, really close race that we have here. Not a whole lot of points setting the top player from the bottom player. That is only 6 points right now that we're looking at here. I see 25 all the way up there for Kingster, and Footstool is sitting at 19. So this is really anyone's game. These two games are going to be absolutely rocking, and I can't wait to jump into them with you, Black P, by my side, giving me that play-by-play. I already know the excitement, the hype, it's all going to be there.
Banger after banger. It's surely 2 more bangers to finish things off here. Also gonna point out the 3 other players that we still didn't talk about. All-Sticks was the top 6 overall throughout the season, now coming as the top 4 into the finals. Noka and Kangster, that duo is just bonkers. Noka was the top 2 overall throughout the season and is the top 2 now. Kangster was the top 1 overall in the season and is still the top 1 now. Those two are just smashing through everyone.
Yep, they know what they're doing. Like we've been saying all day, Kangsters had the recipe for success. I don't know if they got a cheat sheet written down on their hand like me back in elementary school, but they got something special. Might be the Wheaties, it might be the coffee. We're going to have to know. Hopefully we can get them for a winner's interview at the end if they're up for it, if they win. But what I really need to know is who you got your money on. You think Kangster's going to keep rolling, keep this thing going straight, or you got a little come from behind victory up your sleeve over there, Black V?
I mean, it's hard to bet against Gangster after these results. Really,
agreed.
It does seem like he has everything in his hand, has shown great results. But if you told me, hey, you can't bet on Gangster, it's just too obvious, you need to bet on somebody else, then I would bet on 416 because it's an amazing comeback that we are seeing throughout the day. So I would love to see that continue all the way into top 1. That would be amazing.
I mean, hey, I'm a 4-1 fanboy. What can I say? That's my guy. Same study group, same with PH Dan. But regardless, we got nothing but high-level players coming in here. And if you guys didn't know, first place gets a nice little stack of cash, all right? Walking away with $140. That's what's on the line for first place here. And second, still getting a nice fair share of the prize pool as well, sitting at $80, 56 to third. So this is going to be a showdown. These players all want their taste of this money. I know that if I was competing, I'd like that 140 in my pocket at the end of the day.
Well, who wouldn't be happy with that? But talking about back, it's time to see who does it, because this is the first of the 2 final games. We are on to the portal selection, and our final 8 players are ready for the fight for the prize. We have the option for a spatula, a completed anvil, or the more traditional golden symphony. Spatula would be really fun. We saw 2 times it yesterday on the ACL, but now it's going to be the completed anvil. So a full item of a choice for every player.
And you love to see it, honestly, in these levels of games when the competition is on the line. We're not looking at crazy RNG here. We're looking at straight skill, straight talent. It's all coming into effect here. And 4-1 does get this nice looking gold opener, something that's kind of been, frowned upon in this set. But luckily, they will be guaranteed some items as the loot drop has been fixed specifically for that reason.
I like that change, so game becomes a little bit more stable, less RNG on the early game. Now, of course, there's always going to be the arguments, like, oh, variance is interesting, variance is cool for TFT, but it would always feel so bad for some players if somehow your start was a bit weaker, and no matter what you did, no matter how many units you hit, you still would lose out just because you didn't have enough items to item power to fight off your opposition.
Yeah, that's exactly how it goes sometimes, and it's frustrating too, right? It starts to get you in your head a little bit more. You start to overthink things, you start to undervalue things or overvalue other things, and here we are jumping on with Mac, who has that chosen Yasuo and 6 Yasuos at 1-4. This could be exactly the start they need to take down this lobby.
And with an Edge of Night already set in, came from the complete Vendor. Yeah, I would think this is a very good scenario to just go for it. Typically, it's very, very risky to go for these 1-cost rerolls, but in this case, it seems like it's the right scenario that you would want to go for it. And now we go on to the first augment of the final 2 games. It's 2-1. It's the gold augment for everybody, and nothing too interesting here right now.
That stationary support's just been a solid augment the entire time, and boom, there is the idealism, allowing our hero here, known as Mac the Second, to find exactly what they need. They are 1 sword away from best in slot items on Yasuo. That's right, they have the Even Shroud for getting the little bit of shred that you need to make this comp really work. But now, if they get the IE, that Yasuo is going to be tearing through front lines, going to be tearing through back lines so quickly, so efficiently, that it's going to be getting stacked on stacked on stacked, because that's what Yasuo does. When it kills a unit, it gets a little more AD, keeps stacking that up into the late game, and gets to a spot where nothing can stop him.
And Z-Boy, take a look at PH10's board here on the opposite side. That's Jazz, baby. We are going for the board and the EMF kind of play. That's awesome to see. It's a very risky take. It's very rare to see, but I've seen in highly competitive play sometimes players goes for this, and it has worked out. The MF has a lot of potential. The board also has a lot of potential in the end game, especially after getting all of those stacks provided from that augment.
It does take away from your ability to have a little bit more of flexibility between the lines that you want to play, as you are now stuck to playing those Jazz units. You don't want to take them off your board. You want them to constantly be scaling up using that Jazz baby's built-in traits that you get, right? You get a little bit more of that health, you get some more damage and things like that as it continues to stack over time. But more importantly, take a look at how strong Faunus is right now with this Jinx, with this Urgot through stage 2, the most overtuned 3-drop in the entire set.
Overtuned 3-drop is true. That Urgot just does so much now. So much shielding gets amped up damage against 1 unit when it's in a situation like this against the Pantheon, for example. That Jinx with the rapid fire bonus is such a strong unit to keep that win streak going, and of course we have the option to level easier than everybody else in the lobby, so we can make that push for the level 8, potentially even a level 9, then be a little bit ahead in that sense.
And does find this Cassante too as well. That's 3 2-star units here at stage 2 on 2-3 before the first carousel even. This is an absolutely menacing spot to be 1 unit away from having that Heartsteel trait in as well. And it doesn't matter if you're on a loss streak or a win streak, this Heartsteel trait just rewards you with giving you extra items, extra gold, and even more importantly, sometimes extra units.
So the final is even leveled to 5 in order to keep the win streak going. But now we watch 4-6's board. The one who just lost to Faunus has this headliner Vi and then the 2-star Pantheon already as well with this full Punk. The thing is it viable to reroll Punk from this spot?
So I don't think that there's anything wrong with trying to reroll Punk. The only issue that I can see here for 4-1 would be that their current chosen is a Vi, and we didn't really get Vi carry items, and I'm not even sure if Vi carry's a thing or if that's fake, but we're just gonna have to find out. They do have that 2-star Pantheon already, no items yet for the Jinx, so being in a spot where they get second pick here instead of being on first pick does hurt them a little bit, as they do need some access to some shred to make this Jinx get online.
I've seen some carry vibes work really well, but it was with 6 motions, it was with submit to the pit, which of course, as we saw in the last game, very good with Nor as well. It can be used with even the Jax, the Orgot reroll as well, so it has become quite the flexible augment, so pretty much all of the motions are viable as endgame carries. But with Punk specifically, I've used before, I feel it can take you I'll say into stage 4, more or less, very well, and then it's gonna fall off a cliff, so you're gonna need something else in the backline as a backup.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was about to say, and you got it before I could even get the words out of my mouth. And here we are looking at Chaba with that premier 1-cost headliner. That's right, Olaf yet again showing why he's such a good unit. Just has the stats, gets you that extra bit of power that you need to keep on working your way through this stage. And you might say, well, Z-Boy, he's on a loss streak though. Well, Chabo might be on a loss streak, but is fairly healthy while on that loss streak.
He's saving a lot of HP because of that Olaf. But look at the power of that Nami. Can she pull off one more bubble and get the win? Yes, the Rabbit and that cap amping up the tons of stats as well. Austics going completely already set on that TF build.
And we see Kangster here with an IE and a Edge of Night, most likely going to be playing for that late game Jazz Warriors comp that's just been so menacing. That's right, we'll be looking for the EZ for our backliner, but then we'll be looking for frontline units such as Zed, Viego, Akali, or even Poppy. And that's just what this set's been all about, is being able to flex through these lines, get a strong early game, and building a streak, especially with the rework to streaks just a couple patches ago, making it to where you really, really want to get to that 5 streak, that 6 streak, that 7 streak, to cash in on all this gold through these stages.
And with Not Today buffing up, whichever one of those warriors is picked up, that is going to be amazing. That extra bit of attack speed, especially on the carry-oriented ones like Akali, Viego, or Zed. It is an amazing buff up to then. Now we see Noka's board playing the scale for now with the headline Olaf already with his Spock on it, so we know we want to play around AP. We do have an amazing setup to go for KO reroll herself if we want to here, and but Kangsta is the only one on fire at 100 HP right now.
Yeah, in a really interesting spot here for Noka. I'm not used to seeing a Spark being slammed when you are playing for KO reroll, as she does have that built-in armor or MR shred already on her kit. So that's kind of an interesting slam. I wonder if they're going to elect to maybe move into a Karthus carry. You do have the Rage Blade. Some might say that's one of the best items on Kale. It absolutely is, but it does do some work on a Karthus as well. As we said from the red buff play just a few games ago, it allows you to get to that faster mana scaling that you need to get multiple casts throughout the fight.
Talking about scaling in power, 416 just hit a Vibe 3. So yeah, apparently the re-rolling of the Vibe did happen. Whether it's gonna wield great results, that's still a matter that we will see in the end game. But for now, that is what we're playing. And now we see Gangster board once again here with the Warrior setup. Gangster, top 1 overall throughout the season. Top 1 coming into the finals. Top 1 right now in the lobby. This guy just destroys.
Yeah, doesn't know how to lose, only does one thing, and that's win no matter what. And as we get into the deep part of this fight, it looks like that Kangstar is going to keep the streak alive and keep on winning and keep on winning and keep on stacking that gold until they find exactly where they want to go with this final comp that they have. If they win this game, that puts them in a really, really good spot to win the whole damn thing.
They will certainly be very close now. 3-2 means the second augment selection comes in for every player. Once more, it's a gold augment. Now let's see what the choices are going to be. Interesting ones here. Do we go with Econ? Do we want with combat power? What exactly is the best choice?
I feel in this situation, we just keep stacking up this combat as Noka does do exactly that. Noka knew exactly what they want to do. They do have double healing augment, which can be a little interesting, but healing orbs plus martyrs do stack pretty well as you get all of that healing for your whole board from the martyr, but the ones that are closest to those orbs are going to go basically back to a full health bar every time that one of the units dies, and then they kill another unit. It's pretty sick, not gonna lie.
Definitely have to agree. I would say I'm interested in watching this because typically nowadays, especially after the streak changes, you see so many econ augments picked up, but now we are seeing so many people with 2 combat augments. That's very different from what I've seen recently.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a tempo lobby in full force here, which basically these players are trying to find an edge. You see most of these items are getting slammed quickly. Everybody knows, or at least has an idea of where they're trying to go, what they're trying to do with these items that they have been given. Outside of maybe 1 or 2 down at the bottom, might be preserving some item slams to keep that loss streak going here. As we come up to this next carousel, we'll have to see exactly what boards are put together for PH Dan, for Chabo, but once we do, we'll have a better idea of what their exact plan is. But here we are taking a look at what Faunus has for us, and it looks like this is probably going to be an Ezreal board in its sights, right? You have an E, you have an IE already, you have a bow away from getting to a red buff. Things are shaping up here for Faunus, and has that patient study going with Heartsteel. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Everything very well set up for it indeed. Now, of course, you would want to find some tiers in order to get that blue buff, but you don't really need it. It does make a lot of difference. It does make for far more casts on that Ezreal, but at second, well, I should say third damage item could be very good as well, and the guard breaker can make a lot of power for the Ezreal, especially considering how so many shields are into play typically at the end portions of the game. Now we see a carousel with 3 spatulas, Z-Boy. What players will be cooking with them?
Yeah, I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around the fact that we have a carousel with 3 spatulas on it. That is not what I expected. I don't know who's watching at home who printed off those Aegis bingo cards, but 3 carousels can now be 3 spatula carousel can now be checked off. I know we don't have that yet, but maybe it's something in the future, so let us know what your thoughts might be on that. We are 1 Yasuo away from Mac hitting Yasuo 3. Probably going to elect to roll down quite a bit here, maybe 30 gold, and see if they can find this Yasuo 3. Getting these upgrades though on the other units is not a bad thing, and finds an Akali as well. This is exactly where Mac's trying to be, but does not hit that Yasuo 3.
With the Akali, the Senna, and the Spat, they already have 6 damage as soon as they can put all of those units onto the board. That is a insane roll down, even if the Yasuo wasn't hit just yet. Still able to stack up a little bit. You can see that it's powerful enough right now, especially coupled with that even Shroud, making a Yasuo have full items, pretty much. As soon as we hit that 3-star and are able to level just a little bit, we already have everything that we want, so we're not going to need to roll that much more after that.
As you asked me at Carousel, Mac cooked up the true damage board, and it came together perfectly. This is a beauty of a board. Does elect to take out that Kennen, not doing a whole lot of work, and now getting in that Akali will be pretty big upgrades for the likes of Mac. But here we are with Dan, who has now found a MF2, has only a Bard 1, but does have the pair, has the Nico chosen, which is a little interesting. Not exactly where you want to be at when you're in this spot, but does have quite a bit of traits active over there, so they're getting the full cap of that's Jazz Baby augment. This is actually a pretty good spot for Dan. Has really turned it around on a 3 streak here, was losing throughout the entirety of stage 2.
Yeah, he needs only 1 more synergy in, and then he gets this to 7, which is the last buff, which is going to start giving you extra damage every round. But getting this Tactician's Crown from getting the special on the carousel, it is an insane pickup because that gives you so much more agency into slotting one more unit in and therefore getting that to that 7 synergies a little bit faster and buffing up your augments before it would typically be there.
Right, and getting that extra unit in also helps preserve a little bit more HP as well for Dan here. And Dan is still looking for one of those Jazz headliners. Might elect to sell that Nico here soon, but does need to keep those traits in to keep pumping up those stats from that Jazz baby. Chabo did take a reroll augment here to help maybe find this Riven a little bit quicker, a little bit easier, and just needs one more bow to get onto that potential 8-bit for a massive cash out later on.
I would love to see that. We already spoke about the potential that that comp has, but we did not, we weren't able to see go through all of that potential in the last time. Unfortunately, that Riven didn't even make it to 3-star and was killed off. Maybe this one can get there. The items are kind of weird there, though. A Shojin on the Kipling is pretty decent, and then a Hoj or IE can be placed on other units, of course, but we would want a Bloodluster or QSS to be going on this Riven as well. Even at Titus Result, we got none of that. Meanwhile, we get smashed by the true damage from Mac the Second already with a Viego with a spatula slammed on him and a red buff as well.
Yeah, Chabo is in an interesting spot, but one thing I will say is blue buff plus Deathblade is nothing to shake a stick at on your Caitlyn. Gives her massive damage, and she does cast quicker than she did before with the little bit of a rework that they gave to her ultimate. So that blue buff is a little bit stronger than it was in previous patches, and here we do see Chabo going past a Caitlyn. Might have been a misclick there.
You went through the Caitlyn, and I was like, but yeah, okay, it did. Well, it happens. Another Caitlyn is gonna bow him. I'm sure of it. But now
she comes back.
She will. The game wouldn't punish you that hard, surely. But now we go to the third augment. It's a gold one once again. So we didn't pick Gold Symphony, but we got Golden Symphony anyways.
Yeah, and picking up heavy hitters here is actually quite strong on that board, allowing your Riven to do extra damage. And if you can 3-star or even just 2-star some of that front line, they do get that extra bit of damage as well. There is a lot of units being contested though. Mordekaiser for Chabo is going to be hard to hit a 3-star on, but let's see how this fight plays out against Noka.
I like Noka's choice here, going with a typical Ari fighters super fun kind of board, but then instead of it couples it with 5 pentakill. We've seen that before here on the Aegis leagues, and it does have the potential to work out really well. And even a KO2 with those items can be a very decent second carry if your fighters in the front are really well built. And of course that Viego does have some decent items. You would surely prefer a Bloodluster over the Gunblade, but still very good. And all the augment combination is really good for this board right now.
Also, they probably are going to end up going into a Karthus Akali line, as if I was to guess, just looking at the item slams. You don't really necessarily need a Spear Sojin onto the Kayle, so you kind of use Kayle to carry those items. I've been seeing a lot of the Tekkens being Kayle as a carry into the Karthus later on, or also using like Gnar early to go into the Viego. But here we see this crazy 3-star Yasuo that was so powerful so early, absolutely shredding for Mac the Second.
Yasuo just went all the way through in the middle of the clump into the backline and deleted things. Playing with 4 true damage right now instead of the 6 now. What is stronger, going on to 5 edgelords or 6 true damage?
I think it's got to be 6 true damage. You just get so much more damage out of your units, specifically the Yasuo and the Akali. Once you can 2-star those, it's kind of out of this worldly strong. And Mac is going to be able to pick up Kiana here right off the carousel. And that's exactly what they were hoping for. The Kiana does make it through, and Mac is rewarded for being patient there, not running at the unit too much to show that that's what they need. But even a little bit of scouting would have showed that that's exactly what you wanted to prevent them from getting. And here they are. They got 6 ready on the bench, just like before, and things are going to get shooken up.
Insane pickup here now. Can place extra damage, being able to drop either the Senna or the cannon, the lower cost of the units. And look at Kangster's board. Yeah, on 4-5, going with the very much known AD flex with that crowd diver headliner Zed with a Agenoid and an IE to his name already. The thing is, with a crowd diver Zed, do you want to go for 4 crowd divers, or do you just drop the other one and stay at 2?
I think it just depends on if you can find the Kiana. I don't think it's necessarily the best thing that you need to do to go to the 4 crowd diver, but you do get rewarded here for running the Heartsteel. I do find it a little interesting myself that they did not elect to pick up on a Katarina here or something like that, take out one of these Heartsteel units, but I think it's just due to the fact that 2 stars are better than 1.
Makes sense. I do agree on that. Now we see that Noka and Mac II are both on fire at the very top. Mr. Chabo, unfortunately, already eliminated on 8th place. 7 players remain. Now take a look at PH10's boards here with That's Just Baby once more.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing for Chabo there was not electing to roll down a little bit earlier. Needed to preserve some HP, needed to hit some of those units, and just got a little lucky in the later roll down. Not on a contested comp, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. You just get a little unlucky, and from there things got a little dizzy. As we saw, they did miss that Caitlyn, unfortunately, but ultimately they still got another chance. Their day's not over yet. They still got plenty of points, and they're going to be able to hopefully try to play for one of these top spots moving into the next game. Right now though, PH Dan does have a really solid line and a very solid spot here to get to that big front line that you need to make That's Jazz Baby really pan out.
And facing off against a Ghost, having a rough fight, but still wins, maybe because of the weaknesses of the Ghost. Now Faunus Footstools does survive, so every player is still going, every other player, the 7s, still going strong. 6 of them 30 and above, and then Faunus really all the way down to 15. Now we get a chance of taking a look at their board. Also playing a headliner Z, but this one is an EDM, which typically is just a little bit better. And the item position is, well, not all you would expect. The red buff would probably be better on the Ezreal, but still, it's a decent enough board.
Yeah, we do have 3 EDM hidden, so we're getting extra Z clones coming out. I'm not sure if the clones activate the red buff or not. I can't actually remember, but from the looks of it, it looks like it might have. That is an ability, right? And that is how that works. Abilities and attacks do proc that red buff. This is more of the idea behind something I talked about on AML yesterday. You want to prioritize your itemization for your warrior, for Zed, for your Poppy, for your Viego, over itemizing the, okay, and here we go. We're switching up these items here. Oh, does it elect to go with the red buff still instead of going with the guard breaker? Interesting idea. I can get behind it. Does not have what they need exactly to get to a blue buff onto this Ezreal, but doesn't want to invest too much into the EZ. The thing is that red buff on EZ does hit more units, gets more of that burn, that anti-heal spread across the board.
Yeah, I am surprised with the choice, but still I understand it. It's a whole lot of attack speed for that Zed as well. And look at how much damage it does dish off. Now the extra crit from the Godbreaker also help combos with the IE for the Ezreal. So there is a lot of logic behind those choices, and Faunus proves why they know what they're doing. Gets once more a win, in Kangster now starting to get a little bit in danger, going down to 22 and being the 6th place, 416 now with its Vex 3 to the board.
Yep, and that's exactly what 4-1 needed, was that Vex to get to 3-star, being its main source of damage for this board right now. Is down to 30 gold, but has plenty of options still. Only one more Amumu to get to 3-star Amumu. This board is gonna be pretty scary as we get into later stages of the game, but right now is missing a couple of things that needs to really be popping off.
Now facing off against the scary true damage board, who now has been upped to 6 true damage, so a lot of more damage, ignoring the resistances from the enemies and going straight to their HP bars. The Yasuo gets all the deletions he needs on the backline, stacking up extra AD for himself, killing everything in his path, and 416 ends up taking the loss. Faunas, ooh, 1 HP.
Yeah, Faunas does hold on there, doesn't go down, and Blinged Out being picked up by our true damage player here for Mech. That is so good, actually. When we were talking about, are they going to go the route of 5 edgelord or focus more on that true damage? Well, they got that direction they needed from their augment to go where they're at. And here we are again, seeing another disco board performing well in the lobby. Got Ostex up to 30 HP right now. Needs to find this TF2 to really cap out, though.
Momo 3 hit by 416. Wonder whether that's going to be enough for 416 to start climbing up the ranks. For now, a true damage board comes in once again from Mech the second, this time against the Discos. Look at the Yasuo making all the way to the backline and getting the executions already on the Ziggs and the TF, so easy work for him. Ostix's board is strong, yes, but not that strong. Unfortunately, takes the loss here. Faunas, we can watch here maybe getting eliminated, facing off against the Jesses, and the MF is just too powerful. Faunas is going down in the 7th place. 6 players will remain.
And Dan finally finding the jazzed up MF was exactly what he needed to really start taking over from this spot. Does need quite a few more of those jazz units to hit 3 stars on any of them, but does have 4 jazz in, got the Lucian secured, and now all of these units are stacking up into the late game. This is a great spot for Dan. If you're a Dan enjoyer in the chat, you're definitely stoked for this man. He finds a little bit more security for his front line by picking up the Crown Guard here, and that is very important. Dan has to play kind of this clunky front line in the format of just an Echo and just a Nico, and then some low grade 1 cost, because, well, you don't have enough gold to go crazy. You got to sit on 7 to get to that 3-star Misfortune or even the Bard. But that's just how this comp works. You got to invest a lot of gold on getting your units to that big payoff to really utilize that augment.
He did fight a Lucian though and went to 4 jazz, so that is a massive upgrade. Now, how massive it is, let's see, because there is a big board on the other side that Blitz is really tanky, and then there is a big 2-star TF as well, a very well built legendary Ziggs, still a 1-star though. The MF is really trying, but the Blitz just doesn't take damage, and the AoE cards come in, destroy everything in the backline, and PH10's board just disappear. Unfortunately, both the Lucian and the MF, the 2 carries with 2 items only each.
And here we are to the Kingstar, who was in a bad spot it seemed, but able to get a 3 streak when it matters the most, staying alive here at 22 HP and trying to just keep on holding out for a top 4. That'll get them a premium amount of points and also put them in, or not in, but continuing to hold on to the lead.
Watch now, their fight is going to be against Mech the second. Once again, the true damage comes back to us. Can the Yasuo chew through that Poppy? And the Zed goes already, avoids the Zed because of the Edge of Night, goes into the bottom, gets the kills. Now goes back to the Zed, and that healing proves very good from the Hajj. That was enough to get some kills, and then Diego finishes the job. Now we see an elimination going on here. 416 took a big loss and goes down in 5th place because PH10's That's Just Baby bold, unfortunately, didn't go too far and got the 6th place.
Dang, you hate to see double SC elimination there if you're from the study group, but it happens. It is what it is. They'll have a better shot in the next game, hopefully, to reclaim some more points. Not the outcome that they were definitely hoping for, but Mac the second cannot be put out, is staying in first place right now, is winning by a large margin of HP now, 30 HP separating them from second and first place. Mac's board came online very early on in this game and has not stopped chugging forward since.
Level 9 for Noka, level 9 for Gangsta. The top 1 and 2 boys just start to ramp up now and try to cause a wreck onto everybody, but they will be facing off against each other. So Noka has a chance to take down Gangster and then take the lead for themselves, and that would be massive. Now Allsticks and Mac the second will be facing off against each other. Then of course Noka is still sitting on a 1-star Cartus, but does have a lot of upgrades to the front line. 2 Viegos away from a 3-star Viego. Could that happen? We don't know, but now we gotta see whether Gangster is going to be eliminated or not. The Viegos are smashing through in the backline. Cards trying to do some damage. The AoEs do a lot to him since he's just 1-star and the HP bar is low. The Pentakill board tried, but they couldn't do much damage. All the important units on Gangster board survived. Allsticks goes down in 4th place. Now 3 remain.
Gangstar is in a really solid spot. Might be low on HP, it seems. Obviously, just 1 loss away. Might even get paired up here against. It does look like. It actually doesn't say. I'm not sure. Is Gangstar fighting themselves? Look at those matchups on the right. It doesn't tell me. But what I do know is that this board is quite menacing. We've seen it be premier the entire set so far. It's kind of like the Fast 9 comp of the current meta. You're not looking for legendaries, you're just looking for forecasts, and boom, up against Nuka.
Again, we are seeing the same fight, so Noka has a second chance at trying to take down Gangsta before he can get too strong. But once again, it doesn't look like the pentakills do stand much of a chance. That Poppy is just unkillable. That said, has so much healing and so much protection from the Edge of Night, so Gangster takes another win over Noka. Meanwhile, Mac the second seems unstoppable, but by the looks of it, Gangster is looking to maintain the lead.
That is 13 wins in a row here for Mac second. This is disgusting. Just excellence at its finest, getting the perfect augments that they needed to really play this route. Usually you don't go it unless you have the chosen true damage, but piloting this comp to a 5 edgelord 6 true damage setup is exactly what Mac was looking for. You love to see it if you are a fan of Mac the second. You love to see it if you are a true damage enjoyer. Even the spread of even shrouds allows this board to just keep on trucking along.
It's Gangsta versus the true damage, and then Noka versus a ghost. That might mean what Noka needed in terms of matchmaking in order to secure a better placement than Gangsta. Gangsta takes the loss to the board. Now, is Noka surviving? No, they also take the loss, but it's against the ghost. So Gangsta takes a little bit more damage because of it. That means Noka takes second place and Gangsta is the third. Of course, true damage destroys and Mac the second wins the lobby. But now Noka and Gangsta will be tied going into the last game.
That's exactly what I was looking at. Just pulled up the score sheet just to make sure before I said it. But you know what? You are quick with the math over there. Quick math from Black P. He was ready for it. We got a tie for first right now between our first and second place players. Not just from this event so far, but from the entirety of the league. This is exactly what you want to see when you're watching this kind of TFT, this high level, this high, everything's a high right now, man. I'm loving it. This is hype. I can't wait to see what we got coming in the final game of the AML.
This is hype. This is
like a bomb squad.
I don't know. What? We're back! Hey! It's the final game! And suddenly we're on. Now, Z-Boy, by the looks of it, if we take a look at the points, some other players might have chances, sure. But Noka and Kangster are primed for a final 1v1 showdown in this last game.
Yeah, no, it is a final showdown. We have a potential underdog story, though, if 4-1 finds a way to outplace both Noka and Kangster by 4 placements. So basically, he's praying for their demise. That's the too long didn't read version. 4-1 would like to see Kangster and Noka go 7th, 8th in this lobby while he goes first to come home with the dub.
Yeah, Kangster showing domination. I was checking the score sheet, and Kangster finished the season with 115 points. Noka with 93, so that's 15 plus 7. That's 22 points of difference. Kangster smashed throughout the season, but now things are much closer, and those points do not matter anymore. So they are both tied with the exact same amount, both of them at 31 points. Now, gotta say, Mac the second, right behind them, is at 29. So if Mac the second, or even 416 with 4 points behind, can get those two down really early onto the game, then we can have a show off between some other players. So still a lot on the line, and of course, if you're not fighting for first place, you're still fighting for different prizes at the bottom, because each position that you can get, it's a little bit more money at the end.
Yeah, who doesn't love some extra cash in their pocket as we jump in to the final game of AML. Game 6. We got some interesting portals here. We could have a prismatic finale, a unit accelerator. I'm surprised Dan's even over there. He's just hanging out to grief the lobby. Maybe, I'm not sure, but he likes going fast, and I'm not going to say the other part of that. Completed Anvil, also there.
Would be a completed Envy once again, or do we get something different this time around for the final? Oh my! What a better way to end things than with a prismatic finale.
And maybe we go prismatic for that reason. Yasuo showing up and saying, yo, Mac, let's win this game, and found Kangster in the forest there, chopping up the Colonel Pup. What a sad day, man. You gotta protect the Colonel Pup. Gotta protect it.
So, with the prismatic finale, the players are giving us content for the finals. This is amazing to watch now. Let's see how players get there, because how do you prepare when you know that at the very end, at 4-2, things are just gonna be completely shaken up?
Yeah, things are looking interesting here right now. 4-2 is a bit of a distance away, but one thing is for certain, Mac the second could be onto a country start here if the things, if items come their way and they find a Tahm Kench here. They already got the Urgot, they already got the Samira, and but they have 5 Jinx as well. Could they just jump onto the punk line? They do. They're hopping in. They're in it. They're in it to win it, baby.
Now, how risky? Because I was just saying, you know that things are going to be shaken at 4-2 with a prismatic. How risky is to go for a slow roll comp in that kind of scenario.
Really depends on what this 2-1 augment brings. If it does also bring a prismatic, you have a pretty good certainty that it's going to be prismatic, and that is hard to overcome. But no, gets exactly what they need with a silver augment start.
Stink pack helps on the way. Dumpable wheels, some choices. Stink pack, of course, really good if you know you already lose tricking anyways, and then you get 4 components. So that means you can pretty much guarantee 3 to 4 units fully built by the end game. Of course, if you get there, but that's not going to be the choice. We go with the support forge.
Yeah, helps on the way. Does have a really solid placement. Came down a little bit from what it usually was earlier on in the set, but still averaging a 4.42 here for that augment. That's a really solid spot to be, and you get some really good support items out of that. Could be a Zephyr, could be a Banshee's Veil, maybe even a Zeke's Herald is one of the better items you can get for that punk comp.
Now we see Gangster playing with this Silver Ascension. I'll admit there's been a long time since I've seen Ascension be played that much, and even see getting good results. But still, with Disco especially, as we've seen a great play at the end game and a comp that always takes fights to 15 seconds plus, yeah, of course the synergy is for sure there. So Gangster already with a plan in mind. Now remember, it's a 1v1, at least for now, between Gangster and Noka. So we gotta check out what's happening over there as well and see how things are going between these two.
We saw Gangster start today with a Disco board. Will they end the day going for first with Disco as well? That's one thing we're gonna have to pay close attention to. And as we hop on with Noka here, we do see that they slammed the Hand of Justice. I always just want to call it by its short name, but I know it's got a longer one. And Hodge is just such a good item, not only offering Omnivamp, but also offering extra crit and extra damage along the way. I love how this item kind of gets it to re-roll every single fight too, to offer maybe more Omnivamp or a little bit more damage as you get into the fight.
And Noka going with a more long-term approach with display, bringing down an augment pretty much. So gonna have a very different game. And now, of course, Gangster has the plan already set in motion. Noka is still playing very flexible. That Hodge can go anywhere. Whatever the support item is can be used in many ways as well. So we can go for reroll comp, we can go for a high level comp still. Noka is still playing around a lot more flexibility than Gangster.
Yes, very true with those statements. I do see that maybe Gangster. Oh, wait, 4-1's got a really good start here. Has a Riven pair even too. Could end up playing maybe not a full Riven reroll with the slam of an IE onto her, but definitely can be playing for that late game Heartsteel comp. Does have that Silver Spoon, so is going to be probably our first player to level 6 potentially if they can keep this win streak alive.
Could very well be the Heartsteel Ezreal play, but could also be a Yone reroll around the Heartsteels with the IE. Of course, Riven doesn't use the IE that well, but the Yone does a little bit better, I feel. Then, of course, you also have the Zed, always, if you do choose to primarily focus on the Zed items, as you pointed out before, which might be the best route. And you already have the IE and have a Titans or a Edge of Night for that full cost.
Yes, and now seeing this carousel here, there are some open Heartsteel units still able to be picked up, and boom, they're gone. That just goes to show you how good that trait really is in the current meta. And 416 is going to be left picking up the scraps here. Has a good shot at maybe getting a 3 cost, but just opts to take a sword. Going to finish off that Edge of Night, and that is not bad at all. I mean, that's going to allow this Riven to get some extra damage down, and we're building up these 8-bit stacks for a potential Caitlyn line later on as well.
Now we see the transition back here onto Noka's board. Now with a Kadrin at 2 already. That is very interesting. We can of course go for that, potentially go for that Karina reroll down the line with already having a 2-star copy. But we are very, very much down in economy, still not even making 10. Can make it if they sell the NAR, of course. Yeah, still low economy.
Yeah, does elect to sell that NAR, as you pointed out. Gets back up to 10 gold, which isn't a bad thing as long as they can continue this win streak. Getting that extra gold down the stretch, and also just being able to find a Katarina 2 this early in the game is very, very strong. Needs one glove to have close to best in slot items for that Katarina. Also needs to find a rod and another glove, but you know, double Hodge or even a Archangel and double Hodge is fine too. Kind of gives you still enough of an AP cap out, but definitely won't give you the best in slot items that you need to really get yourself over the hump. Here we are back with Kingster. This is nice. The disco board's coming together.
Yeah, it's definitely is with this 2-star Garen. It's gonna do a lot for the front line for now with 2 Sentinel coupled with Echo as well. Could even proc the true damage by slamming the component, but chose to slam it on the Garen. Interesting choice. Well, now guaranteed win against Mac the second here, that is just completely second in order to guarantee the lose streak to keep going. 3 Jinxes away from the 3-star Jinx, and playing 1 augment down as well, so just absolutely no way to even kill a unit.
Down an augment, no items slammed yet for Mac. Definitely committed to this punk line though, and was very excited to see that silver augment come out and it not to be a prismatic lobby, because that would have been absolutely devastating for this route. But plenty of HP still to work with. 76 is not in harm's way as we reach Krugs, and it's locked in for that extra gold here for at least another round. When we take a look at what we see here, though, it's another Punk player. Will they stay committed with having that tier, though, on the Jinx? I don't think so.
Don't think so either. They could, of course, just completely contest Mac the second, and but that would probably just be awful for both of them. Being already at 42 gold because of these AFK, maybe if they can get some extra econ here from the Krugs, going to 50. So. And with the Runans, the tier, as you pointed out, I would assume this is a eventual pivot out after blue buff already going. A good chance to go on an Ezreal down the line, which is a far more contested line, sure, a far stronger one as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. Has some pretty good items here too that they can slam. Could just go with a Thieves Gloves and a Sunfire to get that Omni Vamp shut down that has been so relevant on all of these warrior boards or even on the Riven. It's just, it's the name of the game. Thieves Gloves being one of the best items too. I sometimes like to wait and see what I'm going to get off my augment before I start slamming items, but Thieves Gloves is always going to be good, and it's even better when you put it on a tank since it got that extra HP buff earlier this set.
416 playing around the Yasuo for now with the Edge of Night and the IE. It's getting some kills, but it's not doing that much for them. Gangster keeps the win streak going so far. Can he keep it for one more round, going on to the 3-2 augment? No, it's taken away, and by the looks of it, it was taken away by Noka, his direct competition, who also ends up getting on fire now at 93 HP. Now we get gold, so we pretty much get crescendo. So it's silver, then gold, then prismatic at the very end.
And here is a ramping rhythm, which has been a very, very solid choice for augments to pick up in these gold augments, but does have a sleight of hand and did just slam a Thieves Gloves, mind you. So this could be exactly what Fontas needs to put themselves into a better spot, and they do elect to take that sleight of hand. Now we have a 2-star Vi as well. I wonder when we're going to sell this Jinx, but it's not going to be yet. It's not going to be now. And now, will they choose to slam a Sunfire Cape or continue to hold on to these components?
Very curious to see what were the support items chosen by Noka and Mac the second as well. I think it's on the next round that they get it, probably a 3-3 if I recall correctly. And for now we see the big Austix board here with tons of stats, and that the headliner Na probably one of the best 2-cost headliners in the game, jumps straight away onto the enemy board, getting that extra bunch of HP and doing so much with his smashes, but it's not gonna be enough to get through the punks. Noka keeps the win streak going. Gangster starts to go a little bit down. So in the 1v1 that we are most looking at, Noka winning for now.
And Noka really showing up here, trying to say, yo, I want to be the number one. I want to be the winner of the AML. But do not count out Mac the second. Do not count out 416. It is still very doable, very possible for them. And some of these other players still playing for that second, that third place finish to get that extra cash. Every placing matters. If you are low, you aren't too low yet. All these players very, very close. Outside of Noka, up on that 93. That's a lot of life. But Austex here does have a pretty solid board as well with this 4 Superfan Gnar reroll potentially.
Gnar reroll is something that we saw just 2 games ago. Getting in top 2 has a lot of potential in the comp. Now, that time around, it did have submit to the pit, which of course buffs it up heavily. Still, maybe it can work around here, especially with a super fun extra. So we have 4 super fans. Imagine if we end up getting a super fun emblem at the very end when the completed carousels come in. That would be very interesting because it's Superfan 5 game. I think it's something I have probably never seen in competitive play.
No, nor have I. Nor have I. And I don't even see it that often on ladders. It's just hard to come by something. This Zed with the glove, though, still sticking around all the way to the end of this carousel. And it finally gets picked up by Austex. That was something that I was like baffled by, but dang, was that a spicy pickup for Austex's board? Now they're going to be able to potentially want to pivot into that Ari's Warrior board. We'll have to find out here a little bit later. And Kangster checking out what Noka got for this help is on the way cash out. What are you grabbing here, Blackbeard? You grabbing the ZZ Rot? You grabbing the Aegis? You grabbing that Banshee's Veil? What's the best premium item for this comp in your opinion?
If you are, in fact, playing Karina, it's either the Banshee's Veil, and then you're going to have to sack the positioning on at least 1 unit, sack your KDA Hex, or the ZZ Rot, so you don't have to worry about positioning. And clearly it's going to be the Banshees. What a setup to play a Karina. Already 5 of them still not even rolling for the headliner.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want to be when you're playing for these reroll comps, when you're getting almost all the units you needed. And we'll see when they sell this Evelyn here going into Wolves that that's exactly where they want to be. Even if they hit a Katarina, it does not stop them from being able to just instantly 3-star this unit and go to a power spike that will be dominating the lobby. But we are missing a few pieces. We don't have 4 Crowd Diver yet. We don't have a Yone yet. We are still just sitting on a 1-star Nico, who is mainly your tank out there. What do we grab on the side?
Chabo just hit KO 3, Mac the second just hit Jinx 3, so big upgrades coming in from the opponents, but neither of them are on the scout. Now, I like Noka's choice here to keep the Evelyn. They understood that the Evelyn is right now keeping the win streak going, so don't want to risk losing that and the extra income that is providing. So for now, plays around the Evelyn, probably going to leave to roll after the PvE comes in, when they surely will need to get that buff up and go for the 3-star carry. For now, facing off against PH10 and a KO plate as well, but not a 3-star this one. The Evelyn healing up so hard and keeping herself safe from the KO. It's a close fight, but by the looks of it, yeah, is in favor of Noka. So Noka is smashing through everyone, going all the way into Wolves as a winner with 9 wins in a row. That's gotta feel good when you are that ahead of your direct competition.
Yeah, no, it doesn't get any better than that when you're seeing Kangster getting down into that bot 4, at least from the life totals that we are able to look at currently. That is something that you got to be fist pumping about. But here comes the roll down soon for Noka. Going to be looking for that Katarina 3, and that is exactly what will take Noka across the finish line here. Bring home that first place if they can hold off Kangster from getting up near them as well.
Now, can the Katarina pop in? There is another Katarina now. We only need the headliner. Do we take the country one if they pop up, or do we just roll by and focus fire on the crowd diver one.
I feel that they're not rich enough. Well, obviously rich enough, but also healthy enough that they could roll past. They also elected to instantly give up on maybe just grabbing the Yone and going to a reroll spot from there with how many Katarinas they have. That was also a possibility. I don't hate it. I don't love it either. They're going to be still sitting on 40 gold here if they elect to sell some of these bench units, and they will, going back up to 42, 45 at that, and might even pick up a Zac, can slot that in to preserve some HP down the stretch as well. But yeah, they did roll past a crowd diver Yone, which I believe will make it a little harder to find that Katarina for the next couple shops.
I would say I agree with the choice only because since it's super fan focused, you really want the super fan item to go to the arena. Now, Prismatic Finale to finish things off on the very last game. What are we taking? Do we go for the risky golden egg? That would be crazy.
No shot they take egg here. No actual shot they take egg here. They will. They can't win. They're too far behind at this point. Egg is only good if they hit the Katarina 3 there. They have a few shops of where they can't do it. But if they take the egg, they're my hero. And they elect Lucky Gloves, which is still very hero status. Not going to lie. Great on Zed. Great on Zed. Great on Yana. The Katarina is found. And it's the country, though. Like you talked about, they do elect just to snag it up. There will be no 6 crowd diver. They're trying to stay alive. They're trying to take over this lobby. Will they go for the Urgot and just get it in there? Just show up.
Yeah. I'll say at this point, when you reach the Prismatic, when everyone is gonna be beefing up their comp, and you just can't really afford to go down too much. And also, of course, if you're top 4, you only have 2 jobs here, pretty much. Top 4 and be ahead of Kangster. You don't really need to win the lobby necessarily.
Right.
So taking this Katarina makes a lot of sense.
No, I agree with that. Honestly, I wasn't even putting that into full scheme. I was just thinking about how does Noka just snap win this lobby. But you're right. Just take what you can get and apply it to, okay, how can I outplace Kangster? And look at this. We got a Tactician's Crown on that cash out for, I believe this is 416 down here. I was thinking it was Dan for a second because we have the heart still set, but no, it is 4-1. Navigating their way through what seems to be a very comfortable play for them. They don't mind being low at HP. They're on a 7 loss streak. This is going to get spicy here. Can they win?
And they win now a fight versus All Sticks and the headliner Zed's big buff up to the combat 416, being able to reach level 9 on stage 4, but of course they choose only econ augments in order to do that. So is the lack of combat augments gonna mean losses anyways against the prismatic buffed up boards from the opponents? And here it does look like a loss is gonna come in. It's a very close one, but the Kaiser does the job. 3 econ augments, extremely risky play, not going for any power to their board from the augments choice.
And not gaining any combat. Must have rerolled those prismatic augments and just saw nothing. Ended up probably having to take that hedge fund or saw a line that was right there in front of them. They got to that big cash out. They got a bunch of gold. They rolled down and just weren't able to hit exactly what they wanted. But they did have a perfect fight there to stay alive, to see another day. Does get a tier here, I believe, to potentially slam a blue buff onto that EZ. But we're jumping over to Kangster, who is now back up in HP, has found this TF chosen, has found this 2-star Blitzcrank as well, and is on their comfort, on their disco. And are they going to be able to disco back up to first place?
Will they? Already very beefed up. It took a while, but now it's Cyber Bulk. Some units here, the Blitz, the Lulu, and the TF with a whole bunch of extra HP for themselves. Now we see this last stand binary airdrop board by Mr. Chabo, playing with a reroll KO, double Rage Blade plus the Gunblade for that extra bit of healing. The TF cards, can they get access to the KO? And if so, can they get the kill? Because there is a lot of healing, but of course it's still playing 1 augment down, last stand still not activated for now. It's gonna mean a win for Kangster. And now we take a look at 416 at the right side of the screen because they might be eliminated. Yes, they are. 416 is the first one to go down in the finals and now officially out of the run for the tournament championship.
And we do see that Mac the second is still in a very, very good spot here to potentially be an upset, to be a dark horse, to come from behind. But Noka is still holding it down up there, 81 HP. Astex is in a good spot though, clearly has the only streak still alive right now going into these Raptors. That is awesome. That is where you want to be. That is something that we're going to have to keep paying close attention to. But more importantly, look at Faunus here. This board is capped out. Just needs to start 2-starring some units and they will be looking like they might be winning this lobby.
It is possible still for all sticks to make it into the top 1 overall. They are only 5 points behind, but of course they would need a lot of results to go their way, especially having Noka and Gangster going all the way down into the bottom 4. So that's going to be a little bit rough for it to happen, but well, still the chance for now. Faunus facing off against the Ghost here, gets an easy win against this Akali. Meanwhile, PH10 and Mr. Chabo both go down in HP. Gangster as well goes down in HP. So again, the 1v1, Gangster and Noka. Noka is still in the lead.
And here is Astex board still on that win streak. 19 gold left to work with, level 8. So is kind of broke, but that doesn't matter when you have so many strong units on the board right now. You do see that they are only at 3 crowd diver though, but that doesn't matter. Look at this. Look at this Zed items. Look how many thieves gloves they have. They have 3 already. Could potentially get 4 if things go right, but it's a double sword, not a double glove. Still solid spot to be. Still really happy with what they're doing right now. This is exactly where you want to be. Could move into that RE KDA spot from here as well. Does have a blue buff we see, so that might be what they elect to do as they keep the crowd divers active. Black P, this is a pretty interesting build.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out how to keep KDA online at the same time that they keep everything else they want. Not the most optimal thing because they end up having to go with 3 crowd diver, which is just not that great. And look, there is a Zephyr on the opposite side by Mac the second, Zephyrin away the Lucian. There's still 3 units with 3 lucky gloves on them, so lots of carries, lots of strong things for Austix, but that Lucian got stopped in its tracks for a while there. So still, it's going to be an easy win here. Very strong board with a high chance of pushing it to level 9. Noka keeps the win streak going as well. Now we see Gangster at the right side of the screen, still fighting at 33 HP. Takes a while for these units to get through the Amumu, but they will certainly without much difficulty, and yeah, they will.
And Gangster also taking a loss there, going down to 24 HP, just 2 lives, maybe 3 remaining here. And we do see that Chabo has found the 7 pentakill, is sitting nicely with some itemization onto the Viego, onto the Mordekaiser, has not yet been able to get to a 2-star on either of these forecasts though, which could be very, very troubling if they cannot find that final unit that they need. That is going to be just devastating if they lose out here, but I think that they're well positioned for hopefully this fight against Dan, who actually has multiple 2-star forecasts and even a 5-cost unit in the form of a Ziggs.
Akali all the way into the KO, but is not able to get the kill. Now she jumps once again, but this time she doesn't go into the KO, instead onto the Cartus. Every unit is killing so much because of the Gunblade. The KO just doesn't take damage. That Mordekaiser is big there in the front. The Akali really tries but cannot assassinate now. Finally gets the kill on the KO. The Mordekaiser damage is gonna pop in. The final 1v1. Peach then takes the loss. Goes down to 3 HP and Gangster down to 9. Gangster, the first place overall throughout the entire season, very close to elimination and losing the lead at the very last game.
Yeah, that is a heartbreaker here for Kingster. They really need a few things to go right. They need to find this 2-star Echo. There's one in the shop. I don't know what they're waiting for. 9 HP, Echo pair. Roll it down, my friend. You need some extra help or you're going to be eliminated. This fight could go down as the matchup against Noka as well. This is not what you're trying to do. It's Noka. It's Noka to end the tournament life of Kingster.
It's Noka to end the tournament. Noka has the chance to cement himself as the champion if he takes Kingster down right now. That Katarina is really trying to pull up the job, and the Blitzcrank is really hard to kill. The cards are coming in from the TF, so much AoE, but the Crowd Divers still have the jump to proc on the TF. Look at the AoE. The daggers come in. TF is gone. Kingster is eliminated and goes down rich with 60 plus gold that he just didn't use, unfortunately. 7th place for him. And by the looks of every other position in the lobby, Noka is with 2 hands already pretty much grasping the cup and being the winner.
Yeah, I mean, unless something crazy happens here where Noka just gets paired up against boards that are stronger than theirs time after time after time to take away all that HP. That's 81 that we're looking at there, Black P. That's a lot of HP. I don't know if anybody in the lobby is going to be stopping this train from chugging all the way to the finish line. We see that Mac the Second's the only one that could be playing spoiler and does not potentially have enough to do it, but does find a Thresh 2 there. And Noka's board isn't that capped out, honestly. We see that they have just a Katarina 3, but as you said, coming in with those prismatics, getting these units on board, getting them online, and just having good positioning is all it really takes sometimes. One thing I will say, though, is Chabo has found the last stand proc. They're no longer down an augment. Will this be exactly what Chabo needs to start ending the streak for Noka?
And the comeback from the last stand happened. Noka taking massive amounts of damage to his board because of that last stand extra bit of power. The KO deleting things in that AoE. The Katarina heals up so much, but it's not enough. Noka's win streak is finally gone.
Noka does get knocked off. It really took a lot to get there. It was obviously not just a last stand, but binary. 2 of the best augments across the set this entire meta, this entire season, all comes down to this. Noka gets knocked down. Will Noka just go on a loss streak now that some of these boards are starting to come online? We see Faunus is on a 2-star Ezreal finally. Has in 3 big shot, could potentially go up to 4. Has the Jazz slotted in. This board is very, very strong with the matchups coming up. Could end 2 players' games and lives in the tournament.
Next fight is versus Noka. Faunus at the risk of elimination, playing off against the Karina reroll. This is a big board, especially with a Radiant IE on top of this Ezreal. So the third cast, the big one, is gonna hurt a lot. And the Karina is getting killed by the Zed. It's a massive win. Noka starts to lose our thoughts, but of course, he still has the ability to cap out a bit more, pushing into level 9 with all that econ still saved up. Now we see one more fight here. The Jinx trying to eliminate that Akali, and so it does. One more elimination comes in. PH10 is gone from the lobby. It's gonna be the 6th place now. Only 5 remain, and each player that dies makes it Noka a little bit more guaranteed as our champion.
I guess the thing for me here that's the most interesting is, will this Caitlyn get sold for a Lucian a little later on to try to cheese a Zephyr? Mac is in a prime spot to potentially play spoiler here. If Noka keeps losing, Mac could sneak from behind, could go from 3rd to 1st, could be the underdog story that no one expected to happen. Mac is a solid player. I've played many PvE games. I've played many games against Mac on ladder, and I got nothing but the highest respect for this player. And their board right now is exactly what you need to be having a promising ending for yourself.
Things getting very close to the end now. Noka made the push to level 9, so made themselves a little bit stronger, but everyone at the bottom is trying to as well. 6-2 for Faunus.
And outside of that, also pushing to 8 was Mac here. And we get back over to this last stand player as Chabo has now 2-starred the Viego, has 2-starred this Karthus, even 2-starred that Riven as well. This board is a terror. This board is well poised to take down the lobby if they can just get the right fight RNG that they need.
And now look at the KO at the corner, primed to destroy everyone with this last stand, but there's a massive Radiant IE Astro on the opposite side. The big one can do a lot of destruction, doesn't aim on the KO though, and she does aim on him, so it's easy deletion. The KO destroys. Now we see one more fight here, the Karina trying to do something against the Jinx reroll, but the Giant Slayer helps so much against the 3-star units. The daggers come in, they kill the Jinx! And Noka now with the only 1v1 against the Amumu, but the daggers will do the job. Noka survives. Nobody dies just yet.
And we still have so many players holding on by just a thread. Noka gets to breathe a breath of fresh air after taking down Mac the second there. That was exactly what Noka wanted to see. Got the daggers, got the extra bit of love that they needed. I'm wondering here, does this Caitlyn do enough at 3 rapid fire, or do we start trying to slot in a different unit there? Do we try to find a way to cheese this Katarina or maybe an Ezreal down the stretch? All this positioning could be the end for Mac.
Oh, this fight might mean the end of it all. The Zephyr doesn't hit anyone, just too important. Mac the second facing off against Faunus. One of them will be eliminated. The Jinx is clumped at the corner. She can't do anything. The Ezreal is destroying in the AoE. The Jinx comp just does nothing, and Mac the second is gonna take a big loss. It's gonna be a lot of damage coming home, but the Jinx starts to make a comeback. She doesn't do enough. Mac still survives and gets at 2 HP. Noka takes a loss as well, 34. Things are still mathematically possible, but Noka getting closer and closer to the championship.
Chabo is holding on with this last stand. I believe since they hit, they have not lost a single round on this board. And we see Katarina 3 is gone. We have a chosen Kiana here. We could get to 6 crowd diver if we find. Put in the thresh. Put in the thresh. Thresh it up, baby, or roll it down. What is going on? My brain is melting.
Oh my, we are facing off against a Ghost 5 crowd diver with the Kiana as the headliner. Very interesting decision making here by Noka. For now, he pretty much guarantees himself a win facing off against a Ghost, or does he? Because that Ezreal is so powerful. Now we transition here. The Punk comp facing off against all 6. Mac the second, very close to elimination, but he's gonna be able to get the win. All 6 is gonna be eliminated from the animation. Mr. Chabo is also eliminated and out of the game. Even if Mac makes it to the first place, it doesn't matter. That means in the AML season, Noka is your champion.
Huge pop off for Noka in this game. Holds on just enough. We kind of had a pretty good feeling that this was going to be the outcome after Kangster went down in 7th, but Noka did have to stay, had to hold on, didn't get that 6 crowd diver easy first place that you're used to seeing, and did actually lose to that Ghost last round. So I thought things might get a little gutsy, might get a little risky if the other low HP players were able to win those rounds, but they were not. I got a good feeling Fontas is going to be this lobby's winner. The board is too capped out. They're just cracking down on people. This Kiana just can't do enough. It's just not enough. But level 10 is maybe enough to get another round for Noka to lock in this top 2. But it's all in zone. It's all set up, Blackbeard. We know who our first place is. Who's going to be our second place player?
Mac the second, very likely to take that top 2 overall. Faunus can't get up there. Unfortunately, it's the top 8 overall in the stands right now. The Kiana comp is really trying against the punts here, the crowd divers, but no 6 crowd diver lacking the Karina, which of course was sold in order to make room for that Kiana. Big fight, big win, elimination on Noka. Goes down in 3rd place, doesn't matter, still the champion. But now we got a final 1v1 between Faunus and Mac, and Faunus with a win here can climb up a lot of positions and get himself a lot of extra prizing.
Yep, and that's exactly what Faunus was hoping for. Wants to take it first, wants to get that extra cash in their pocket. And Mac the second, I believe now is locked in for a 2nd place as well, taking past our league's first place player. Our
Yes.
leader going into the final lobby here was Kangster, but does have that disappointing result of a 7. That doesn't matter. They still got some cash. They still get rewarded for their time. It's obviously not the result that they were hoping for, but most importantly, they did still cash out, get to those prizes, and make it to this final lobby.
The one final fight between Fornas and Mac II to end it all, to end the AML season. The Punks versus the Azure, but that is a massively kept up bot on the other side, though it just doesn't do damage at all to the Amumu. Look at that, that Amumu is just so tanky, and Fornas is not going to be able to take the top one. Mac II, after all, pulls out the result, gets the top one, guarantees himself a great second position overall in the championship. That is the end of the AML this season, and what an ending, banger after banger. But the storyline here, Z-Boy, Noka being second place to Kangster the entire season, the entire playoffs, all the way to the last game, and then on the final one he beats his opposition and gets the cup for himself.
Love to see an underdog story unravel for us. I mean, that is excellent TFT playing right there. Also, the only non-NA player was Noka. Noka represents the EMEA and is able to say that, well, when it comes to the AML, that's the best region there is. Love to see it. Love to see it. Some hype games today. Nothing but a absolute banger to finish things off there too. So many players holding on by just a thread of life, by just a little bit of HP. And I mean, it really just came down to some fight RNG. All these players played excellent. No one should be disappointed in how they finished at the end of the day. All these players walking away with some money in their pocket and top 8 competitors in the AML.
We see the final results, and you can check out on the score sheets as well. Noka gets the first place. Mac II was indeed the second place with the same points, tied but losing on the tiebreaker. So tiebreaker decision for the championship. But of course, we knew that ahead. Noka, with such great results, already had the tiebreakers in his hands. Then Kangster ends up in just a third place. All Sticks with a fourth place. 416 wins a tiebreaker for fifth versus Fornas the sixth. Mr. Chavo gets seventh place, and then PH10 round things off, being the last one. Z-Boy, this was banger after banger after banger once again. It was fun being with you once again. And this is the end of the AML, my friend.
At least for set 10, that is. I know there will be an AML back for set 11. That set's not too far off, so make sure you're in the Discord. Make sure you're following the channel here on Twitch so you don't miss out on when those signups go live and when those broadcasts come back to being streamed to you all. And we appreciate everyone that views, hangs out, and supports this amazing league, this amazing community. TFT is on the rise, man. We're up and up, and I'm Z-Boy Wonder. You can find me across all social platforms at that name, playing way too much TFT, yapping about too much TFT, maybe a little bit of anime in there too. But Black P, where can we find you, my guy?
Sir Black P on Twitter only, but you can always find me here at the Aegis broadcast. So hopefully back for season 11 soon enough. You will get Aegis leagues once again on your screens. But for now, we bid you very well, and thank you for your audience rating. Now the Pulse Chalice Tournament, another great TFT competition going on. See you next season. All